Welcome everybody, wherever you're listening. My name is Karen and I'm your presenter of the first session of this online conference of ProEMI, which is short for Promoting Electric Mobility in Urban Europe, as most people probably know. If you're listening on Zoom, you will have the opportunity later to join the discussion of this first session at about 11 o'clock. If you're listening on YouTube, you can write on the chat. Everybody can write on the chat during these speeches. We have 3 sessions today, starting with electric vehicles and public fleets, which is about 1.5 hours like the other sessions too. Second, we start at 1 p.m., which is EVs in emerging markets. There we look at the Central European countries and CIS countries. And third, at 3 p.m., we start with policy support for electric vehicles. I just told you can use the chat during all the speakers. We have the following speakers in this first session. We will start with Gent Harbro, the Danish view. Then we will have the German view with Raimund Nowak. And after that, we will introduce you or present you a model which is addressing the decision makers. And after that, we will have the open discussion. But as I just told you, at any time you can write in the chat at YouTube or in Zoom. So I like to present to you now Gent Harbro, who will talk about electric vehicles and public fleets of municipalities in Denmark. As you all know, the Danish people are very much forward in this topic. Please start. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, and thank you very much. I'll just share my screen. 2 seconds. Can everybody see it? Perfect. Yeah, so I'll go into talking about electric vehicles. I've also put charging infrastructure in public fleets in municipalities in Denmark, and I'll explain later why I've also put a bit about charging infrastructure in. Of course, so this is the first session where we're talking about what municipalities can do and how they can use their own fleet, and that's what we're going to talk about. What are some of the pros? What are some of the reasons, and what can they do? This is, of course, from a Danish context. But I'll go the agenda. I'll go a bit introduction about who I am and my organization. Then I will go into an introduction about why municipalities matter in the green transition. And then I'll talk a bit about new objectives, about the role about municipalities have actually changed a bit, I would say, in regards to where we are now when talking about electric mobility. But as an introduction, I come from the capital region of Denmark. It's a regional authority. We have about 29 municipalities in all in our region, about 30% of the population in Denmark, about 1.8 million. We also have the highest concentrations of EVs and concentration of cars in overall, and also it's in our region where a lot of the challenges also are. Looking at my own organization, it's an organization of about 40,000 people. We have about 12 regional hospitals. We also have local bus routes and local trains, which we also manage. Our burning platform is not that different from other burning platforms. We have also in the capital region, in the metropolitan area, we have a population growth which is expected to continue to 2035. We have and this is amounted in increased congestion and noise and air pollution, as well as CO2 emissions in the capital region area. Of course, as a lot of other countries, when we look at ourselves in regards to other, we still see that we have had a very weak curve in conversion to electric cars. Especially, there's been a lot of lack of experience in the area about the electric mobility in the municipalities and private companies. And there's been a lack of coordination in developing of charging infrastructure. So we have existed since 2013, and our focus has been on electric mobility from the start, but we also deal in a lot of other things. I'll just leave it up so I can share the slide afterwards and people could look into it if they want. But our main priority is what I could also talk a bit about is how we are used as a regional task force, but we can help a lot of municipalities because we have the resources. So this is I would put in as a good idea if another regional government would like to help the municipalities in their region. This is a good way to enhance the green transition. But the vision of the Capture region is that the Capture region is the leading European region in e-mobility in 2030 and a green metropolitan region for the benefits of its citizens. So that's very much what we worked for. We have an aim. I'll just go to the last aim on our specific objectives, which is 100% green electric cars in own fleet. It says 42. I think right now on an update, it's about 40%, 50% of our electric fleet, which is completely of our fleet, which has become electric. But at the same time, we aim to service the municipalities and private companies and help the transition. And we've done this in a lot of areas. Key is the supporting of municipalities, is network and knowledge sharing. It's of being a hotline function and also doing guides on how to best case guides on how to do the transition, and of course attract funding in EU projects. So where are we now? Ask ourselves. As I said, we are about 50% of our fleet is green, and yeah, it's as I've said, 50% electric, and then we have some biogas and hybrid. We also have done for ourselves internal rules where every new fleet, every new vehicle which is bought in our organization has to be electric. If you can't get an electric, you need to get dispensation. So we are expecting the barrier of our percentage of electric vehicles to increase very much. And of course, we do green procurement demands where when you're driving for the Capture region, your cars are expected to be green. And then as our own organization, we are right now investing about 400,000 euros in charging infrastructure on our different localities. So why do municipalities matters in the green transition? From a Danish perspective, the role of the municipality, they are the authority. They're the ones who set up the charging infrastructure, allow the setting up of charging infrastructure. At the same time, the fleet owners. So they also have a big purchasing power. They have homeowner cars, renovation cars, buses, and different other kinds of fleet vehicles that they need. They also are big employees. If we take the example of the municipality of Copenhagen, they are one of the biggest employers in Denmark and has an organization of being, I think, about 45,000 people. So they have a big employee pool to transform. They're also property owner and also developer. So they are very much into the parking and the building directives. And they're also responsible for the local development plans, helping housing companies develop best and most efficient in regards to climate goals. And of course, they have some of the financing. So that's why the municipality matters. What we saw and what I was talking about earlier was that there is this challenge that there isn't that much knowledge out at the municipality level. So what we did was we've made these guides for municipalities where you could look into, of course, their charging infrastructure setup and how they are as a fleet employer, and go through all these different things. Also tax refund, which is something which can be important when you're looking into incentives on EVs. We also made fleet owner guides where we looked at the economics of the total cost of ownership and the life cycle analysis, and of course the emission factors. Because one thing which one has to, as a municipality, when looking into purchasing EVs, is that sometimes it at the front cost, it looks like it's not always the best idea to buy an electric vehicle, but when you have the argumentation that on the total cost of ownership, you also have the argument about CO2 and emission factors, it begins to become a very good investment. And that's something that the local fleet owners and purchasers need to know. So when we talk about procurement from a public side, what is very much needed is political guidelines, so that the purchasing department has a mandate. Need to have a clear understanding of the EU directive on clean vehicle, the Clean Vehicle Directive of public procurement, and then look at the municipality's own fleet. What are your needs? Because there are no more reach issues in regards to electric vehicles. Leasing and purchasing has also become a very interesting investment when you're looking at electric vehicles, and also home care. There's a place where it's so obvious. Home care is one of these. And we'll also state that the TCO is very close to being balanced. If not, the scale has tipped this year. And of course, when you look into procurement, you also look into charging stands for guests and staff, and how can you use these different also to maybe become public charging. Then there's in procurement, you also look into the requirements for tender for other electricity services that the municipalities use. Taxis are an example, where we've set mandates for it that they have to be green or electric to be prioritized. And also the same requirements for flex transport, delivery products, renovation, where you can see now that in regarding to tender, that they are cost effective. So I have just some couple of examples here. We have home care and logistics and parks and recreations in different parts of municipalities in our region, where they've set up a public charging infrastructure to use, because they found out that this was the most beneficial way for them. We've also gone a long way with the buses, both land and sea, and as the example below, renovation truck. And also priority, as I just wanted to showcase here, priority parking schemes is one very cheap way to actually, both as a municipality or as an organization, to help promote electricity. We've made the parking spots with for electricity or hydrogen to be prioritized up at the front of our hospitals, as an example. So if you come in an electric taxi, you get up to the front door. If you come in diesel or petrol, you have to wait down in the back. So EVs in public fleets, just to summarize, the economics are there. It's cost effective, and from what we hear from the fleet owners now is that it's easier to manage in regards to fuel, because you can charge at home, and you can charge. You have a better data coverage of what your actually usage is. EVs today have the range needed for municipalities' area of operation. And it's been shown time and time again that it's better for the environment, rush reduction in CO2 and local air pollution. And by having employees drive EVs, you get more knowledge of the good driving experience that it is to drive one. And then additionally, which I just wanted to say, is that we've begun to see municipalities in Denmark actually buy used EVs for their fleets, as battery range often isn't a top priority, and they can usually get away with buying an old Renault Zoe, which only drives about 100 kilometers, and use it in the home care service. So actually already now we're beginning to see used EVs out in the market, and with additional savings for the municipalities. So what I just want to go into a little bit, and then I'll finish, is that the new objective is that one thing is the whole fleet manager and the whole promotion, that the municipalities have had a big role. But what we've seen now is that, especially in Denmark, that they have an even bigger role now in the promotion of charging infrastructure and roll out of it. So that's what we've begun to go very much into, because we see that the municipalities have to take the lead on the charging infrastructure. And here it's some of the same things which have to be they have to work on a political approved objectives and actions. They have to look at how they use their own fleet and how they integrate the charging infrastructure they establish with the public. And I'll just leave these up, but this was just to give an example of what we've been looking at with other is where do people need to charge, and we've looked into how often do people need to charge, and where do people park mostly. And actually, some of the places where they park most is at work, it's at visiting friends, and then it's at some recreational areas. So this is are the places where it's very interesting for the municipalities to promote charging infrastructure. And if they at the same time can set up charging infrastructure for their own vehicles to be used in the day, maybe for other vehicles to be used at night, it will efficiently enhance the rollout of infrastructure. So this was just what I wanted to say, that you have to look at 6 focus areas when you look at an EV and charging strategy as a municipality. The municipality has to look at itself as an owner of an electric fleet. It has to look at itself as an employer and owner of a parking areas, and it has to collaborate with the business. And then it has to collaborate, look at the housing cooperative owners and landowner associations without their own parking and how they can help them. And then it has to look at the homeowners with private parking, and of course collaborate with all the stakeholders. These 6 points are very important in making an efficient EV rollout. And just as a final note, I'll say once more again that collaboration is key to successful conversion to electric vehicles. As a municipality, don't be afraid of using your own fleet and property as a test bed. We have had good success with being a front runner and trying things out. And then final note is knowledge sharing is vital when trying new technologies. And now we're in this ProEMI where we've done a lot of knowledge sharing, but I will also say that at a local level, knowledge sharing has been very much key to helping in an efficient rollout. I'll say thank you for listening, and I hope that you could learn something from what I've talked about. And if you have some follow-up questions, you are free to ask. You'll get my email afterwards.
Thank you very much, Gent Harbro. If you've got questions now, you can also write them in the chat by YouTube if you've got a channel there, or if you're at Zoom. I guess that Raimund Nowak, our next speaker, will agree to a lot of points which were just mentioned, because the metropolitan region, Hanover, Brunswick, Göttingen, Wolfsburg, has the experience of one of the largest fleets of electric cars in Europe. And he will talk about electrifying municipal fleets in Europe. So now we talk from Hanover to Europe.
You are still muted, Raimund.
So, never get a second chance of a first impression. So, okay. Hello, everybody. Warm welcome from Hanover, wherever you are sitting. In my presentation, I will make a proposal for an European initiative to procure electric vehicles for municipalities. And this proposal is based on the experiences of our electric fleet. We call it Flotte Electric in the metropolitan region. It is one of the biggest fleets in electric fleets or fleets of electric vehicles in Europe. So I'm the managing director of this metropolitan region, Hanover, Brunswick, Göttingen, Wolfsburg. I'm sure Everybody in Europe knows this region is one of the global hotspots of the vehicle industry. Here are located the headquarters of Volkswagen, Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles, Continental. Also, we have production sites of Bosch or the French companies Alstom and Faurecia. Therefore, every change in the transport sector is important for the people here in the region. It's important for the economy. The development towards electric mobility for us is not an academic discourse. It's a very serious debate about jobs. Now to our work. Maybe the colleague who will speak later from Shell Company will like this photo. In 2011, the cities and counties in our metropolitan region formulated a goal. The need for electricity, heat and transport is to be covered by 100% from renewable energy sources till 2050. It was 4 years before the Paris Agreement, the UN Climate Summit. We had the same goals 4 years earlier. In this context, the metropolitan regions working on a new concept till 2025. We will have 50,000 electric vehicles on the street, maybe about 5% of the whole fleet. The need of the electricity for these cars should be produced by solar power. And it's very important for us, we want to reduce the private traffic, car traffic by 25%. For us, electric mobility, I think is the same in the other European countries, is more than the exchange of the drive system. Now, some facts about our fleet. Since 2013, the metropolitan region has operated one of the largest fleet, I mentioned it, of electric vehicles in Europe. The fleet was created as a part of a project launched under a federal government large-scale research and development initiative. In order to use the project fundings in a sustainable manner, the model fleet became a permanent part of our work. Today, nearly 90 municipalities and municipal entities have used vehicle from the fleet. You see, mostly we have Volkswagen, but also vehicles from Renault, and we are Renault were Kangoo Zoe or Twizy. In Volkswagen, it was the full electric models e-up and e-Golf. So you've seen we have the experience full electric kilometers of about 4 till 5 million kilometers. So also Renault, it's a smart. The Twizy, we have only European brands. If you are a local policymaker, you can get an electric car for a week in exchange of your normal diesel or petrol car. So our best city is the city of Langenhagen. In their municipal fleet, they have 12 BEVs, or the battery electric vehicles, and 1 plug-in hybrid. With these vehicles, they made 98% electric. So you see it works since a lot of years, since 2015 in Langenhagen. So what are the arguments for electric vehicles in municipal fleet? This is significantly contribute towards increasing acceptance, demonstrating readiness, of course. It stimulates the demand, and it is good to use electric vehicles for yourself, so you will make not so much mistake when you create the framework for electric vehicles. And last but not least, for the local policy, it is a question of credibility, of course, to use electric cars. What is our service in the electric fleet? First of all, the support choosing the right vehicle. You have seen most of the time you will find a Volkswagen model, but also I mentioned it from other European brands. You can use electric vehicles for temporary use, for test campaigns and so on. We have a driver training because the drivers, the local drivers for us are ambassadors for electric mobility, and we are consulting on setting the right charging infrastructure. When we talk about infrastructure for the cars in the local fleets, you have no charging problems. The charging points for them are at home. You see it 2 hours with 5 or 7 kilowatt hours, you have to recharge the battery because you have also no range problems. The normal cars in municipal fleets drive around 30 or 50 kilometers per day, per year, 10,000 kilometers. So there's no problem with the range, also with the actual models we have. Very important is for all cities the financial benefits. Local politics fear that the transition to electric cars is too expensive. I can say this is wrong. A total cost of ownership analysis, also purchase, maintenance, fuel, shows that electric vehicles actually have only marginal cost disadvantages when compared to vehicles with combustion engine. With the right application profile, especially batteries, they even offer cost benefit. You see, the large cost-neutral electrification of fleets is possible. I will give you a feeling of the costs, of the actual cost when you will be part of the electric fleet as a city or a county. You see, you will pay per month for the smallest car. It's our bestseller, when I can say, the e-up, 43 euro per month. You have to know, we started at 2013 with 320 euro per month. So actually is not a question of costs, not a question of money. We have no problem to integrate more electric cars in our fleet, but it works, I say it, but you see a small overview here, but the trouble is, I will say it, it's the next slide. It's the limitation of the ability to deliver. Yes, the experience with the electric fleet were decisive for the resolution of the members of our cities and counties. From 2020, only electric vehicles will be procured for the municipal fleets. But you see it, the implementation of the resolution does not work. The reason is the ability to deliver. They're very simple. There are not enough cars. Delivery time for the Volkswagen e-up for example, actually 16th month, maybe longer. This is the problem. So let me say some words to our proposal for a European initiative. Today it's a European discussion, so we will make a proposal for the cities working together, creating a new cooperative purchasing mechanism. The plan is for municipalities and municipal entities to order large quantities of electric vehicles, and within a short period of time. We are under pressure when we're looking on the global market. So what are the steering effects of this initiative? Yes, first of all, it's a promotion of the demand for smaller, also cheaper e-vehicles. I will say make cars small again. We need more small electric cars, and not so much electric SUVs. The main steering effect here is avoiding the oversizing of the batteries and equipment of the cars for the local fleets. The batteries of the cars in the local fleets are oversized. When you build cars with smaller batteries, you will have a better climate protection effect and a more efficient use of the available battery capacities of the industrial production. Please note the limiting factor is the availability of batteries in Europe. This is the problem for European companies, the availability of batteries. So some words for the volume. We looked how much cars may be ordered in the next 3 years. A procurement initiative could lead of between 25 to 30,000 vehicles in the passenger and in the light commercial vehicle segment in the next 3 years, maybe a little bit more in Germany, but also corresponding demand will be for 1 billion euro maybe. So it is this maybe when we make a sensible expansion of the initiative to other EU states, it would be significantly increase the volume, of course, at least maybe threefold. So we have to say that we will see a chance for new European companies. We have, on the one hand, we have the European manufacturer, as you know, from Volkswagen, Renault, and Daimler, and so on. But on my side, we have not enough new, smaller European companies in the electric vehicle segment. Maybe it is a chance for them to be part of the European initiative for cars in municipal fleets. So thank you for your attention. You see here our internet, our website, and we can talk afterwards about this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raimund Nowak. On this website, which he just mentioned, you later will find all the discussion, all the material of this conference, and you can read it and listen to it later. Now, Özcan Deniz will present to us the electric vehicle decision support model. We want to address decision makers. That is one of our headlines of this project. And okay, I hope you hear me because I can't hear myself anymore. So I will just lead over to Özcan Deniz from the German Aerospace Center, which leads this project, which leads promoting electric mobility in urban Europe.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. And also good morning from my side. So Özcan Den is my name, just a small introduction from my side. I'm a researcher here at the Institute of Vehicle Concepts of the German Aerospace Center. And as mentioned, I'm part of the ProEMI project team. So as we are talking about best practices and initiatives to procure electric vehicles in public fleets, I'm going to first present my presentation. Oh, I have to stay on this version, so sorry for that. So yeah, as I said, as we are talking about best practices and initiatives to procure electric vehicles in public fleets of municipalities, the question arises how stakeholders can be supported in the decision to buy EVs in their fleet, but also to other vehicle applications. And for this, I want to introduce to you the electric vehicle decision support model, shortly named as EVDSM. The EVDSM tests economical suitability of EVs for individual vehicle operation. It's meaning it provides dedicated functionalities for different target groups. So for example, from basic single vehicle comparison for private users to fleet composition comparison for companies. And a few highlights of this tool, or a few features of this tool. First of all, the tool is a plug-and-play ready web tool that can be embedded inside any other web page. It's compatible for smartphones, tablets, laptops, different monitor sizes. And the key is it's based on enhanced TCO calculation structure, which partly we also develop within the project. And within this TCO calculation, we're comparing conventional diesel and gasoline to battery electric vehicles. And especially for this session, interesting is it's tailored to commercial fleets. So it includes cost components of depreciation, benefiting kinds, tax reliefs, and furthermore. Another feature of our tool is it covers multiple EU countries, which I will present in a few minutes. And it's finally targeted to end consumers, fleet operators, and companies. And with that, it has a high dissemination level, or its potential for high dissemination level. Unique also for our tool is that the data is centralized, located, and managed, which allows us to address larger EV markets. And to understand this, the complete database allows analyzers across different vehicle types, different application types, different country types. And with that, we are able to modular develop different web tool versions. And here you see the current available web tool versions on the market, which are private, one tool for private users, one for company vehicle owners, and one for logistics, so truck owners. And I'm, as the presentation called as live demonstration, I want to explain the tool by giving a live demonstration. So I'm jumping now to the commercial car calculator. So just to be sure, I'm resetting everything. So special also for the EVDSM is, in comparison also to other available tool on the web, is that the EVDSM is a very user-friendly and as a user-friendly tool. The front-end interface we put a lot of work to develop that in order to also be able to address private consumer with that tool, not to be too scientific. So by the explanation, I want to go from top here and scroll down by explaining that. So you see in the left top side, the option to select the language of the tool. And I'm selecting here English again. And you will then see the pre-selected calculator type, which is the commercial. But also, as I said, we offer the private car calculator and the truck calculator. And as mentioned, all the data are centralized located. And with that, we develop a database, which includes for every parameter which is important for the TCO calculation, the default value for the different countries. So by selecting now Germany, all variables are set as default for commercial car applications. And here in this green box, we only ask for user-specific information, so information which are easily accessible. And that is important also when it comes for user-friendliness tool, not to ask too much and also not too technical, too text-oriented. And just to give you now this example, I'm selecting middle-sized cars. Then I'm selecting commercial usage, which means the vehicle is only used for commercial usage. If I have a company car, we define that as also partly private usage, is changed to taxation systems, or you have also the option to select commercially lease it. But now I'm in commercial usage. I'm selecting here my fuel type. It's gasoline. And with that, as I already mentioned, the default value for my pre-selected application is given here. And obviously, since that is reference values, reference segments, the values maybe not showing the detail price of the users of the tool, which like for his car, and therefore you are able to adjust this price up a little bit. And then we are going to the end of the questions with the mileage questions. So for my case, I'm going a little bit down, that my daily mileage is maybe more or less. And here I can select my yearly mileage. Let's say I have a little more. And I'm leaving my holding period, which is especially important for the total cost of ownership here by 4 years. And now what the tool is doing is comparing conventional vehicle, the pre-selected conventional vehicle type, with an able to compare battery electric vehicles. And here you see the results. First of all, a text, and it says, which is good, Electricite might be a good solution for you. Then you have here different options in you have here the total cost of ownership, which are shown. Just maybe I just saw something. Okay. Yeah. So then you have the you are able to see the total cost of ownership results here in a graph. And as we heard also from my colleague Gent, it's also important to mention how much CO2 emission the user can save with his decision. And here is given 7 tons over the holding period by changing to electric vehicles. And if the user wants to dive in more in the results, he is able to see the detailed results. So purchase price, which we developed, electric fuel costs, maintenance repair costs, insurance costs, resale values, all are detailed given here, and also in comparison of battery electric and conventional vehicles. And to just maybe mention here as well, how we calculate this is based on different submodels which we in the last years developed. So for example, predictions on maintenance repair costs, but also comparing that with today's available maintenance repair costs. So in the end, you see here an info box, which give more information than just the results. It says, for example, an electric car is suitable for your daily mileage, because here we select the daily mileage, and here you are, it's checking again if for the selected reference vehicles, the electric mileage, electric range is suitable. And with that, you get the results. Now I want to jump to another tool version to explain what our fleet options or fleet future is looking like. It's a truck model. So I'm already selected all the parameters, is calculating. Maybe too long. Let's reset it all. So you're always able to reset if you want to use the tool at different times. And with that, you can change the parameters. And I'm just quickly doing that. So for trucks, I select vans, let's say, buying with commercial usage. Default value is given for registration price, and the kilometer is selected here. The holding period as well. And now I'm going to add another vehicle into the fleet. And just by doing that, maybe I can also explain that the different values here, important also for the countries is that by changing that, mainly the taxation and pricing systems are changing, because that are the main differences in the countries as well, but also vehicle prices and incentives with that, which are currently applying in the market, are already included and always updated. So now you will see the fleet calculation results. So that is what I presented already. It applies to the one vehicle. And here down here, you see the results for your vehicle fleet. It's calculating the two vehicles which I selected or which I defined, and it's then giving the price, the total cost of ownership per vehicle kilometer. It's like how much does it cost to drive both vehicles or to operate both vehicles per kilometer. And here you can see for trucks, in case that is not the case, that battery electric vehicles are suitable when it comes to economical efficiency. And you can see also here the detailed results. And just to conclude here, I want to mention, so we see here usages for private users for companies and fleet owners, fleet managers, but also the tool is flexible and modular enough to play around with the parameters. And with that, we have put it here additional options. Just to give you an example, you can play around with the incentives, which means you want to see how the incentives for the second vehicle will affect the decision. I put it a little bit up here for the electric vehicles. Then as well, you have additional options to adjust your diesel price per liter, and this applies for all vehicles in the fleet. And with that, you can see which incentives, but also which policy measures could affect the decision when it comes for economical efficiency of EVs on the market. So with that, I want to conclude here my live demonstration and jump back to my presentation. Just to highlight, as I said, the tool is already available on different platforms. It's first of all available on our project website. It is then available on EUFAL, another EU project platform. It's called EUFAL.eu, but it's going to be also implemented in the near future to the EAFO, European Alternative Fuel Observatory website. And with that, we want to further disseminate our tool to other potential platforms. And just to give you a feeling what we're meaning here, as I said, we have different functionalities for different target groups. We can implement our tool in companies and retails, for example, like website of supermarkets where there's a high traffic of private users, but also it's possible to implement the tool in automobile clubs where also their private consumer want to inform about EVs in the future and also which models could be potential for them. And with that, I want to conclude my presentation. We are happy, as I said, to further develop our tools on different platforms. And for any information and this also about the tool, you can contact me. You see here my address, my email address and my telephone number. And happy if there are some questions left.
Yes, if there are any questions, perhaps I start with this. Are there any questions to this tool? Impressive model and great opportunity to fleet owners. There's one impressive model and great opportunity to fleet owners, municipality car fleet administrators. Well done and great work, Özcan. Looks like a great tool and much needed in the market. Thumb up. So that is from Thomas Strauss Smith. He commented it, and I've got a question actually myself. You said where you put it, on which websites you put this tool, but is there another way of promoting it so that the private users and all the other users who could really use this tool get to know of it?
So for this, it's important to allocate the platforms because it's a web tool. It's important to see where different target groups are visiting the platforms. And for private, as I said, good examples could be like not so typical for the tools, but for example, supermarkets, where a lot of people maybe buy something for their weekly daily needs, and they can also check if EV maybe is a possible solution for there. But also, as I said, automobile clubs, also in more in a scientific view. But as we are talking today here about public fleets and municipalities, obviously that is one of also the best cases to promote it there and to show that we have here different target groups and we are able to also address your fleets.
Okay, and then they promote it to all the others. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Özcan Dennis from the German Aerospace Center. We just decided that now it would be nice to get to know how the situation is in different countries. So we have here in Zoom, I can see it. The people who are watching on YouTube cannot see it. We have experts from Budapest, from Minsk, from the Netherlands, and from other European countries. And I think it would be interesting to hear how the situation with municipal fleets is in your country. How is it in Hungary? How is it in the Netherlands? How is it in Belarus? So if you like to tell us something about this, this would actually, I think, be great, or from other countries as well, because now we heard something about the Danish situation, the Danish situation in the Copenhagen region. We heard something about the situation in Germany, especially in the Hanover metropolitan region. And how is it in other countries? Is it similar? Are there similar problems? And for us, I think it's interesting to know it, or for you as the players, it's interesting to know it if you want to make a general approach, a general European proposal, as Raimund suggested. Perhaps somebody would like to say something. And yes. Is there anybody who would like to speak up? Actually, then right now we just have to change the audio and then you could start if there's anybody.
Can I ask something?
Yes, yes.
I can tell very small information. Part of this information is in my presentation, but nevertheless, we have not very big fleet of electric cars in Belarus. There are about, I think for this moment, about 600 electric cars in our country, but we have very sufficiently developed in the infrastructure, charging infrastructure in our country. There are about 240 electric charging stations in my country. So we have sufficiently good perspective for further development of electromobility in Belarus. We have different measures for population of electric cars in our country, because a lot of people, about 80% in our country, are not interested in reality in using of electric cars, because they have sufficiently high price in reality for us. And so we have a lot of measures to make these 80% confident in reality of usage of electric cars. For example, one of Belarusian electric car rental services offered users the opportunity to rent the most affordable electric cars, Nissan Leaf and BMW i3, for a day or more for a sufficiently low fee. This is very good measure. We have a lot of social events because the main reasons use or not to use are in mind in reality. And I think that our measures for population of electromobility in our country are sufficiently effective because for this moment electromobility as itself is something like a national idea. And this is a really good perspective. Sorry?
Sorry.
Okay, I think this is all. Thank
Yes,
you.
right. Thank you very much. Are there other examples from other countries? And then I will refer to the chat, but are there other examples which we could listen to now? Okay, then I would relate to the chat. There's a question from YouTube to the electric vehicle decision support model. Just a moment. Is the EV DSM tool already ready and online? Is it already?
Yes, there was also this questions in this chat room, and I put it here, the online links.
Okay.
Afterwards, I mean, our presentation will be also made public available, and there are also the links included, but also a kind of QR code if you want to scan this with your smartphone.
Genau. And Raimund Novak himself, he once comments to the statement, the coordinated initiative for buying EVs by municipalities and related organizations makes sense, but what is the impact on availability of BEVs for private and lease users? Would be nice if you could comment on that. So comment. And there's a question on you, Raimund, too, for the procurement initiative. How do you intend to collect the contacts of the interested municipality?
Yes, two good questions. Thank you very much. What is the impact of the availability of BEVs, we say, also electric vehicles? First of all, I think that the manufacturers will build cars with smaller batteries because they know there is a market for smaller battery cars. The discussion in Germany is always so that we are saying we need more range. We need more range as we need more battery. No? But for the cars in the municipal fleets, it's different. You need not more range, you need less range, and you are needing smaller batteries. So you can build more cars because the limited factor is the availability of batteries. So we can build more cars with smaller batteries. It is a steering effect, and I'm thinking it is very important. Next question is, how can we collect the interest from other cities? We see as an initiative also in the United States. Actually, they have other problems in the cities, I'm thinking, but it's also a procurement initiative of bigger cities in the United States, and they are working together to purchase electric vehicles. If you are interested, please send me a mail. You can find it on our website, and this is the reason why we're working together in such projects, that we're building a network for do such things. Yeah. And so I'm thinking there are local authorities, networks, and so on in Europe, in each countries, and we are working together with electric mobility initiatives. We see it in most of the countries. We have organization for electromobilists, for users maybe, but for companies. And so we are working together with them to collect the interest from the cities.
Thank you. Are there any Are there examples, perhaps? Oh, thank you. I was muted. Are there any examples? Ghent. There is a comment. Would it be most beneficial to support the purchase of cars to municipal fleets and let the market take care of infrastructure itself? And are there any legal obligations for the municipalities to invest in infrastructure to help out local citizens' public need of charging? Is it a national challenge or a local municipal challenge that needs to be highlighted in this case? Question from Ghent. Are there any legal obligations for the municipalities?
Yes, I'll just, I think I'll answer this backwards, because it's not only a local municipality challenge, it's also a national challenge. We have a lot of discussion going on in Denmark in regards to incentives on electric vehicles and tax rebates, which is going on right now, because we need to, as a nation, make it economically viable to buy electric vehicles as private owners, making it more beneficial than driving a diesel and petrol. And right now it isn't. And there's a lot of reasons to that, but much of it has to do with that the Danish state gets a big tax rebate on cars, which is about 50 billion Danish kroners. So there's a lot of discussion going on there. But in regards to infrastructure, actually, we also have another challenge here, is that right now there isn't what you call a legal statement that says that municipalities are allowed to invest in public vehicles, in public charging infrastructure. However, we've just gotten a new what you call a charging infrastructure regulation, which entails that municipalities are required to set up charging at their properties. So at one point they're not allowed to set up charging infrastructure, another point they are allowed to set up charging infrastructure. So right now we are looking into is how we can make this charging infrastructure they set up also be public. Strategically, that would be one of the best thing. Can you hear me? There's one who's written that he can't hear me.
Yes, but now he can hear you.
Okay, yes, perfect. So I don't know, but what I was going to say, that we have had some legal debate in Denmark about municipalities are allowed to set up charging infrastructure publicly out in the municipalities, or is they're only allowed to set up charging infrastructure at their own property. So that's something we're looking into, but it's very important because the municipalities are going to set up a lot of charging infrastructure, and if that charging infrastructure at the same time can be available to public and private fleets, that would entail a lot of the rollout. And at the same time, they could also help investment in infrastructure, in the readiness of the municipalities for charging infrastructure. And then the last question is, would it be most beneficial to support the purchase of the cars and let the market take care of infrastructure itself? As I said before, I really, as the market is right now, it is still the municipalities who need to help, and also the state who needs to help in investing in the charging infrastructure, especially in Denmark, because the cost of directing your charging infrastructure to the energy grid is very expensive, and it's one of the most expensive in Europe. So you have to really, it's a really upfront cost when you develop charging infrastructure and you convert to EVs, that you really have to look into. Karen, now you're muted.
Sorry, I muted myself. Janos, you wanted to speak up. Sorry, I saw it too late. And you actually wrote a question in the chat. Which EU countries are involved in EV DSM, and is it accessible free for member states? But if you've got more questions, just speak up.
Yeah, so currently for the car applications, we have Germany, Netherlands, Denmark, and Hungary, which we already implemented, but currently also in the process to update it because the database based on 2019, and with concluding the project, we want to update this. This is also with Corona, a lot of things happening in taxation. For trucks, we have currently Germany and partly Netherlands. And we have other countries implemented what we are going to finalize this, but we are happy to extend this also to other countries with the support of other partners and people who want to see how TCO in their countries looks like. Because as I said, the database is centralized, located and managed. And with that, we are flexible to add and update the country's database.
Okay. Are there any other questions or experiences again from other countries perhaps? And do you agree to the statement of Raimund, who was talking about the German situation, that it's a problem of not batteries, but we need smaller cars. We have a need of batteries. Is it similar in your countries? So is that our main product, or is it more a problem of knowledge or of, yeah, what's your opinion?
I'll just answer quite quickly, because I think that actually what Raimund is saying there, that the municipalities need smaller vehicles, is a very good analysis, which we concur on. As we've said before, that we can see now that some of the municipalities are actually buying second and third generation electric vehicles, because of course, as an example, nursing care electric vehicles only drive about 50 kilometers a day. So if you have a charging infrastructure at the nursing home and you have a charging infrastructure at the depot, it's going to be more or less filled all the time. So they don't need to have new electric vehicles out and about, and a lot of them are up to the task and are still very good quality. So I think that you have to, as a municipality, as Raimund said, think about what is your actual need in battery capacity.
Janusz, now it's your turn.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. You want to speak up, Janusz? I could hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Great. My question to Özkan was also including the accessibility in financial terms. It's very difficult to imagine that something so valuable is free for everyone. Is it license-based? Is it for a fee? Is it European common property accessible for municipalities or private companies? So please clarify this for us.
Thank you. Özcan, we can't hear you, or is it only me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry for that. Yeah, so the tool is free and for everybody accessible, the front-end version which you see. The data behind, it's located, as I said, locally and managed locally, is not accessible for everybody because it was built during the project time. And we can guarantee for now that the tool will be online for everybody until end of this year, and it's going to be extended until next year, because to have this usability, cover this usability after also the project ending time. But also we can think about further concepts, how after the project time we can further develop this. And as I said, you can here contact me directly, and we can also think about how to implement it and how to also develop the database for that. And maybe it's going to be in a license-based direction.
Thank you. Further questions to the German, the Danish presentation, or to the tool, or to the situation in other countries, if there are any. And now I see Janos, you again, right? So it's your turn. Janos, you want to ask something, Janos?
Can I start again?
Yes,
Or
you can.
can you hear me now? All right. I just wanted to thank for the 3 excellent presentations and clarify why I'm here. I'm coming from Hungary, very happy to hear that our country is involved in this cooperation project. And my town is Pécs, which is the 5th largest town. And we are very happy to host the first e-bus fleet in our country, but also our major mayor, made a great decision that we would like to change all our buses, the whole bus fleet, also the municipality fleet, to electric. This is unprecedented in Hungary, and we will be very happy to have cooperation with other partners here and also coming later, because this is a very ambitious project, great for the environment, for the city. We are more than happy to be involved in further cooperation. That's it. Thank you.
And we have got a question to Gent. In Denmark, you said that the availability of used EVs improves now and helps also the municipalities. Are there any rules in Denmark about exporting used EVs to other countries with potentially higher willingness to pay for used cars? And in a following question, with used EVs, are there similar trends in other countries? This addresses the other speakers as well, or the audience as well.
Yes, actually, I would see if my colleague Thomas is on the line, because he's been the one who's been studying a lot about electric vehicle sales out of Denmark and import and export. Thomas, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm right here. You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, just in very short, I would say that we don't have any programs in Denmark regarding export of cars, used cars. But I believe it's a really, really good idea. And maybe it's something that we should look much more into, actually, on a European scale, is to provide the used cars for the Eastern Europe markets and the early adopting markets for EVs, because they definitely need cheaper cars to actually get the market started. So it could be a very interesting project, maybe also on an EU at an EU level, I would say, to actually start up this thinking and how to organize it. So a very good idea, but we don't have any at the moment in Denmark.
So let me say some words to the German situation. Actually, it's not easy to sell a used car, because it is very attractive to buy a new car, because for new cars you get a support about 9,000 euro for a battery electric vehicle. And so it is much more interesting for the private user, also for companies, to buy new cars. So some people in the auto houses, in the sales shops, they have a lot of used cars on their yard, because if you're looking for used cars, for used battery electric vehicles, you will find some in Germany.
But Raimund, what do you think of the idea of exporting these used cars? That was actually the question referring to Denmark.
Normally, it's a normal way that used cars in Germany will go to, most of them, to the east. Yeah, so maybe it's the same way by battery electric cars. The last year, I saw the used electric cars went to Norway, because it is a very interesting market, because you will get the higher prices than in Germany for electric vehicles. The dealership are very flexible, no? Where you can get the best prices, you will sell it in this country. In Norway, goods subsidized for electric vehicles. It's maybe a problem for countries where are no supports from the governments for buying electric vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, just maybe just a small comment on that also. Now, since we also in the ProEMI project, this huge transnational survey that we will be talking about later also during today's workshop. I believe that the purchase price is so important for the buyers. We can see that when you have the perceived value of the EVs being cheaper than buying a diesel or petrol, then customers will start to react. Therefore, I believe that when you have a high price on EVs all around Europe, a way to get the cars to the market would be by selling the used EVs, which are still working very good and with range of 150 kilometers for the first models we've seen in the market for the last few years. I believe we could sell a lot of these into Eastern European or emerging markets and then actually get it rolling, get people to start driving EVs and understanding how it works and get the infrastructure to support the whole rollout. So I would definitely be in favor of trying to to work together to actually create an EU program to recycle these cars all around Europe.
We have this crazy situation that new cars are cheaper than used cars. Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's not the normal market condition.
No. Which of course is a challenge in itself, but maybe we can also put in a support to when you invest in buying a used EV, you also have an incentive in that one. But I understand what you're saying, Raymond. I just have one short comment for Janos. It was really nice to hear this in Hungary, that you have local municipalities and mayors who are doing these very ambitious thoughts about changing your car fleet and your bus fleet. Just a short comment about in the UFAL project and also in the ProEMI project, we've done some research also into to this area about buses. So if you need information, a contact person who's been conducting lots of tests and implementations of bus driving and all that, we'll have some good contacts and some very good experience from that.
And when you saw the battery show, the Tesla battery show this night, you see that new electric cars will be much cheaper than actually. So the trend is not good for used cars because the new ones are cheaper the next years.
If I may respond to this, Harm Weke, via Automotive Netherlands. So on behalf of we are also part of the ProEMI project, but we are doing at the moment a study for the Dutch Ministry on the incentives, and they do this every year, and it's Ministry of Infrastructure. And one of the elements is the used car market. What we see, and of course, what Raymond already explained, is that in Germany there is some extreme side effects of the incentives. So it's not so much that the cars becoming too cheap, but the way they are, the subsidies are put into private lease and other options, so that you can almost lease one for free. So the car manufacturers are taking a big bet that the residual value will not be affected by the subsidies, and they take the subsidies as a discount in the first years. That is just to push their models in the market, because they have to do from the national government, from the European government. So it's an artificial market that they create. But indeed, the effect for the used car market can be dramatic, which is also then looking at the landscape in Europe with different fundings, where in the Netherlands now we have a funding for used cars, where Norway has via their VAT a advantage for used cars. Yeah, then the flows go there where it's most interesting. But it would be interesting to look on a European level how we can harmonize this a little bit, because it would be great to have this Europe. Maybe in the Netherlands we have a funding for private buyers, for consumers to buy a used electric car. Can debate if it's useful or not, or that you should do something with the VAT like Norway has. But at least it would be good to look over Europe what would be working as a complete country. And maybe we should even, like I know Janos, Hungary, very in favor of having a more structured stream of used cars towards the Central and Eastern European market. That could also be a European goal.
Thank you very much. And it was important to find a solution, a European solution for environmental reasons. But we got a lot of garbage, a lot of problems with the old batteries, right? Are there any other questions to our first session, public fleets of municipalities? So to this topic of the first session. Any other comments? Right. If not, I think I would end this session and just talk a bit about how the seminar goes on today. There will be a break now till 1 p.m. And then we talk about EVs in emerging markets. We already heard a bit about Hungary, but we will hear about more about CEE countries and CIS countries. So this would just fit to what we've been talking about now. And in the third session, which starts at 3 p.m., then it's the topic for policy support for electric vehicles. There we can talk about, there you will talk about regulations and stuff like that. Perhaps there must be a kind of regulation for used cars, I don't know. You will talk about the ProEMI survey results on myth and acceptance of electric vehicles in Europe, which is probably a very important background for your project. So at this point, I would say, let's have a break. Enjoy yourself, and we hope to see you back later at 1 p.m. to the second section. And again, I want to mention you can comment all the time on the Zoom chat. You can comment on YouTube if you have a channel on YouTube, and later after this seminar has finished today, the online seminar, you will find all our stuff on the website of the project and on the website of the metropolitan area from Hanover, Brunswick, Göttingen, and Wolfsburg. So at this moment, if there is no other comment, no question, I would say bye-bye, see you later, not with me, but with all the others. Okay.
ja im Prinzip vorher ein bisschen diskutieren.
Wenn wir mit Webcam diskutieren, dann kriegen das die Leute bei YouTube und die Zuschauer auch.
Ja, macht nichts. Ich glaube, dass es nichts macht. Du gehst da auch bei YouTube rein, ne?
Ich bin YouTube.
Frau Schmidt. So, du hast das gesehen, man kann es also qualitätsmäßig verfolgen. Gut. Dann muss man stumm schalten, damit das zuhören. So. Immer schön drin bleiben. Okay. Okay, so. Dann sehen wir hier. Hello, Janos, are you online? Can you hear me? Hello, Budapest. Is anyone from the ProEMI project online yet? Yes. Michael, I see Michael is online.
I'm online, but my video is not working.
Oh, Natalia?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, hi. I hope it will come. We have your presentation is here on our notebook, I'm thinking, and we can make the presentation, but if you have no screen, no camera, it will be difficult.
Natalia?
Sie hat abgeschaltet wieder, hört es nicht. Janos, can you hear me? Miklos? Antonio? Thomas? Rob?
Yeah, I can hear you, of course. Yes, I'm here.
Is
Yeah, we hear
Janos?
you loud and clear.
Oh, wonderful. I've learned. Okay. Janos?
Yes?
You know you are the moderator?
Yes, I know, of course.
Okay. And Michael will send you the chat commands.
If I
Okay. Or can you see the
yes,
chat?
I can see the chat, yes.
Oh, you can see the chat. Wonderful. But
and
you can't
if you
see.
like, you can see me as well.
Ah, now I can see you. Oh, yes. Wonderful. Wonderful. Oh, wonderful jacket. I will take my jacket also. It looks like.
Come on, I don't want to
It
cause
looks like
a wrong trend.
No, you are the trendsetter. So I will make it here now. I see that people are thinking it's leisure time or so. No, it's professional. It's a professional look. Okay.
But don't worry, because my son is here with me, so
Yes?
sometimes he will appear.
Okay. Some people have dogs or so. I've seen a conference last week. The dog is coming. When it's quiet, there's no problem. Okay. So everything will work.
Let us see if I can share my screen just for trying. Okay.
Okay.
Let me see. Just to see if my presentation is here. 1 second. And this will be.
Hello, Miklos is speaking. Can you hear me?
Miklos, I can hear you.
Perfect.
Perfect, but I can't see you. Do you have a camera? I've never seen you. Oh, where? Yes. Oh, good-looking guy from Budapest, I think. Oh, from Pest. From what is? Where are you from?
Budapest.
Budapest.
Yeah.
Buda. I know. It's two cities, Buda and Pest.
Yes.
Yes, I've learned last year. The taxi driver explained me. Okay, so Natalia also has a camera jet.
Hey, good afternoon. This is Gábor Rónai as well from Budapest, from the Buda side.
Wonderful. Welcome here.
Raymond, do you see my screen?
I see the screen session 2, electric vehicles in
very good.
emerging markets, moderated
Okay.
János Ungar.
All right. Well, then I give you
A wonderful title, President.
How do I give it back to you? Stop sharing. Yeah, like this. Good.
Okay. And the slides will operate Michael, or who will operate it? No, you will do it for yourself. You will. Okay.
Only for Natalia, you need to.
Only from Natalia. Okay.
But it will be tough because she has many slides. So.
Yes, we have seen it, but it's a long distance between Hanover and Minsk, so it's good to have a lot of slides. Maybe some slide will fail out. Okay.
Just say slide and I'll change.
The only technical we have for this session is that we would do the discussion session between the presentations because the topic of the presentations are really different from each other.
Okay.
It would make sense to have one discussion session at the end, but we will do it after each of the presentation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You are the boss, you can do it as you like it. And so we have 3 minutes to go. Okay. Everybody is looking on the screen. Okay. Ist immer bei YouTube, ist es immer verzögert, ne? So ungefähr.
So ein bisschen.
Also es ist, glaube ich, über eine halbe Sekunde verzögert. Oh. Ready to start session 2. János.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to the second session of today. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so welcome everyone for the second session of today. I will give you a very, very brief introduction, and then I let the co-speakers of the session talk about the different topics. For that, I will now try to share my screen. Okay, I hope you can see the screen. Okay, so this session is about electric mobility in the emerging markets of Europe. My name is János Ungár, and I'm the president of the Hungarian Electromobility Association. For us, I could maybe talk on behalf of other Eastern European countries as well. For us, it was a huge question when we started officially planning the first national programs for developing electric mobility in our countries. How do we get this done efficiently? And this is why it is very important to find the how and what way answers to our questions. So as you might know that most of the Eastern European countries have started promoting electric mobility 5 to 8 years after the Western or Northern European countries. So it was a huge question, how could these follower countries keep up speed of development in order to be, let's say, on the same page on European level. This is not just a question for the countries, but it is also an important question for the EU as well. How an EU level EU market as a single market can be promoted. And for us, when we joined this program, this ProME program, few years later, then our first national program was published in 2014. So a few years later, when we joined this program, it was a great honor for us to have a chance for benchmarking, for learning from each other experience, as well as to find the best ways how to, as I said before, how to shorten the gap between our follower position. And the upcoming presentations will be about or will cover some of the aspects either from research point of view as well as from the point of view of different international players of the market, how they experienced these problems and how they act according to that today. What is their strategy on that? On the other hand, there are two main factors we need to considerate when we're looking at CE markets or CIS markets. Since what is not doubtable is that the purchasing power is much lower than in Western or in Northern Europe. So that is also a question how the regulator can modify any kind of, or is it possible or necessary to modify any kind of regulations because of the possibility of households or companies to buy new electric vehicles. And on the other hand, as we already mentioned in the morning session, we have a much higher rate of used vehicles, in this way also use electric vehicles. So I hope that in today's sessions, we will get some of the answers and some of the conclusions for these questions. And I would like to give the floor to our speakers today. First of all, I would like to give the floor to Miklós, a colleague of mine in the Hungarian Electromobility Association. So Miklós, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, János. Let me share my screen. János, you need to stop sharing your screen.
Okay, sure, so sorry.
And then I can share mine. Thank you. Yes, so good afternoon again. I am Miklós Gyalai Korpos, the project lead at the Hungarian Electromobility Association for the ProMR project. And in my presentation, I would like to present you the electric vehicle market in Hungary in view of the project activities we done in the last 2 years within the ProMR project. But first, let me provide you an insight into the Hungarian car market situation. Here, I would like to show you 2 important data. The first that you can see is the right side of the slide, which is about the motorization rate, and you can see that Hungary is the 3rd lowest in the EU. So there is really a place to develop here, because we are lagging behind. Of course, probably it's not a problem in view of the mobility as service direction. However, it's slow compared to the EU average. And the second important data is that in Hungary, the passenger car age is over 14 years. While in Germany, for example, it's around 9 years. So definitely the car stock is really aging and old. And as János mentioned, Hungary is really a target market for the second-hand vehicles within the EU, which is also supported by the facts that based on the EU study, the average second-hand car's age was 6 years. So, and in Hungary, it's like the average age is more than double of that. So this is the starting point we all should be aware of when we talk about the Hungarian car market. So we have low motorization rate and an aging car stock. And now I would like to highlight these facts in the work we done during the project. First, we carried out a second-hand electric vehicle analysis and built a database on that to understand the parameters of the second-hand electric vehicles that may be imported to Hungary. And secondly, we performed a development of an application and web tool in order to increase the knowledge about electric vehicles in Hungary, and also to help to shape the attitude in favor of electric cars. So first, about the second-hand electric vehicle database, we at the association prepared the database format to analyze and compare the electric vehicles which are available on the market. And for this, we developed the methodology on how to assess the used second-hand electric cars. And you can see on the slide which types we analyze in this methodology. These are, to say, the most common electric cars available in Europe. What is important to highlight when we started this test, that there is not really any available centralized information in the EU about the second-hand trade and second-hand flows, because it's mostly in the member state level, but member state manage this task differently. There are different data collection, different data shared, and it's really difficult to create the whole puzzle to see the flows of the second-hand cars, not only electric cars, but in general all the cars. So basically, we did a manual job and looked on platforms, on used car platforms to collect the data. And we used the German second-hand market as the most likely the biggest in Europe, and also the source country for most of the imported used cars in Hungary. So this was a job carried out last year, which shows a German platform to use electric cars, and then we searched for electric cars and collected data for types for which there were more than 100 hits. Those were these types that you can see here. And then we collected the data, and this amount of data, I mean above 100 data, is enough to calculate an average and understand better the type. So just for example, to show the BMW i3 as an example, we found at the moment of the analysis 206 used BMW car on the platform. We collected the data of them, like the price, the distance traveled, and so on, and also the age. And the age of those cars was near 3 years. With the average price, you can see here 23,000 euros with a pretty large interval. And also we managed to make a graph about the price and the distance, how they change. But we can see that basically there is a wall around 20,000 euros, and then the price is growing as the distance traveled is falling. Here you can see a summary table. Most of those data and the methodologies available as a deliverable of the project. I think you can download it from the project website. So you can see that most of the electric cars offered for sale on the platforms are around 3 years old in average, and for an average price around 20,000 euros, except Tesla Model S. And also you can see the new net price as comparison to see the decrease in the price. And what for we did this analysis, we calculated the residual values by model. Here what you can see how the selling price is changing with the age of the models, and 100% is the average net price, which is of course a basic price. So this is the reason we have higher values than 100%, because there could be different models offered for sale with different extras. And if we say that okay, a used electric car have an average age of 3 years, that means that the difference to the new sale price is approx 20 to 40%, and it is equal to list at 4,000 euros if we calculate it based on the price of the VW e-up, which is the green line, which is like 20%. So it's the 20% of a new e-up price is 4,000 euros. So the question is here, how we could stop or how we could influence the incoming used EVs. Then probably if the incentives can manage to overcome this gap compared to the new price, then that probably would help us to focus on new cars that would help the renewal of the Hungarian car stock. So this is one of the first conclusion, and here I would like to confirm these findings based on the results of the transnational survey that's been carried out within the framework of the project. This survey was carried out in five project countries, asking the same questions. Here I'm showing you only the Hungarian results. Like 1/3 of the respondents says that it is difficult to sell a used electric cars because the technology is developing that fast. So probably it's also some more consideration on whether people wishing to buy a used electric car or not. Some more details on the survey in order to introduce more the Hungarian market. In this survey, there were statements that we call a myth regarding electric cars. And this is also the Hungarian answers. And what you can see is the price is what's mostly hindering Hungarians to buy electric cars, because like 2/3 of the respondents agree with that they are really more expensive than similar petrol and diesel cars. This is also in line what János said previously, that the purchasing power is lower in Hungary. And the second concern is that the number of the chargers. On the other hand, if we consider the right side of the table, most of the Hungarians are knowledgeable and really aware of electric cars, and they don't think they are very different than normal cars. So they are not boring, they are safe, and so on, and they are also okay with the range, because it's in the driving routine of the daily driving routine. If we compare the Hungarian results to the other 4 countries, what we can see that in Hungary, 28%, which is the highest among the countries, has positive attitudes toward the electric vehicles. This is also in line what János said, that what we can observe is really the attitude is progressing really fast in the past years, and we are close to the level of attitude and knowledge compared to the Western European countries. This is also the knowledge about the electric cars. What you can see that basically there is no difference compared to the other countries. So really, this was a representative survey. So really, we can say that the Hungarians are aware and knowledgeable on the electric cars. Just the price is really a hindering factor. Nevertheless, in order to further develop this attitude and knowledge, we developed within the project an application that help to collect data on electric cars, plan the routes considering the parameters of the electric cars and the conditions, and also to share the market data. At the moment, we are finalizing this application, and soon will be available in Google Play and Apple Store. And again, back to the price. This is my last reference to this survey. You can see that more than half of the respondents say that it's really expensive to have an electric car. But luckily, the Hungarian government introduced a new incentive this spring. It increased the subsidy for an electric car to around 3,000 euros. So hopefully it will have an impact on the electric car market. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention and close my presentation.
Thank you, Miklós. I don't know if anyone already had a question to the one we heard from Miklós. It was a brief, let's say, introduction to what we have done, but there is much more data and analysis behind. So if anyone is more detailedly interested in the findings and the methods we use, then we are welcome for you. Any questions or comments?
Probably later. I will be here during the whole session. So if there are any questions after all the presentations, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay.
But
I would...
someone is raising hands.
Okay. Where do I see that? I don't see that.
I don't think there are any Q&A in this session, in this part of the program.
Okay, so if no one else has a question to that part, then I would like to introduce our next speaker, who is coming from Nissan, who is a very well experienced e-mobility expert, not only on the Hungarian market, but in many Eastern European countries, Levente Reiser. And I would like to give the floor to you, Levente. Please go on with your presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay, so basically my presentation will be a bit of market background and some market experience based on the Nissan lenses, so Nissan eyes. I will try to tell you what did we see and what do we see on the market right now. So we actually, just a bit of background, we started 70 years ago when we had the first electric model, and ever since then we always thought that electric vehicles are going to be the future, so we always developed new 100% electric cars. These are all pure electric cars. And actually we have sold worldwide now 500,000 cars, which from Leaf and more from eNV 200, which we are very proud of. Thank you for all the customers. And I don't know if you see properly my screen, but basically this is a chart about the Nissan sales in the CEE region. We are actually a CEE region company, and you can see that there is quite dramatic increase of sales for both Leaf and eNV 200. It's actually something like 14 times higher sales since 2013 up to 19, which was the last closed fiscal year. And we continue to increase. And another chart, which is about the sales of Nissan in the V4 countries. And you can see, interestingly, that Hungary was having the highest sales across the region. And you know, the total industry volume in Poland, for instance, is something like 6 to 7 times higher versus Hungary. And we sold more cars last fiscal year in Hungary than in the other countries, or in Poland. In Czech Republic, the total industry volume is it's more than 2 times higher than in Hungary, and still we sold more cars in Hungary. So this is interesting. Probably like government incentive and these kind of things are absolutely the key drivers. And we sold lots of cars across many companies, which is a good news because these companies, they are open for EVs. You can see some big names which you might recognize, but also we had some police cars, some banks, some logistics, some taxi deals, energy companies a lot, some universities, some municipalities. So it's good that the market is more and more open for electric vehicles. And, you know, just a few examples from the past, from the previous generations, customers are really happy to, you know, show that they have an EV. So they put in many cases some stickers on the cars. We also have big car sharing fleet in Poland, or Hungarian Post has purchased a bigger fleet. They have even put us into the 150 years of the Hungarian Post stamp. So we are one of the new era. I mean, not Nissan, but the electric vehicles. So that's quite nice. We're still glad for that. We are still glad for that. And the current lineup is actually 2 cars. So we have the Leaf and the ENV200. From Leaf, we have the 40 kilowatt hour version, which is one version, but we also have the bigger one, the 62 kilowatt hour, which is 385 kilometers of range. And in terms of ENV200, one version with different body types. But what I just want to say that we are going to have now a new Renault-Nissan Mitsubishi Alliance EV platform, and this EV platform is going to be used across all sorts of brands we have within this alliance, and then we are going to have more and more electric cars, which is, I think, it's good for the market, and it's going to increase the sales quite strongly. So more and more cars are coming, more SUVs, more EVs on the Alliance members. This is an Infinity, and actually the latest stage is the Nissan Ariya, which was just announced like one or 2 months ago, and from January this can be ordered. It will be arriving to the first customers sometimes in September. And luckily, we are going to have all sorts of things to fulfill customers. We have, I believe that we have sufficient, we are ready with sufficient production, and we are going to sell this car to all the customers. By the way, just a few elements. So this is 5.1 seconds acceleration 0 to 100, and this is having 500 kilometers of range, and the top speed is 200 kilometers per hour, and there will be lots of technology within the car. This is the, if I can say that, one of the highest ever development cost car within the Nissan lineup. So it has all the technology what we have available within our brand, and I believe it will be very successful. But there is another question, you know, sales, beyond sales and openness of the market, this is customer satisfaction rate, and I think it's important to mention that it's most probably, it's very similar across other brands as well. When we were asking customers, how do you like the car, there would be a 10-point questionnaire. 1 would be that I hate the car, 10, I love the car, and guess what, 92% of the customers, they are saying that they either 10 or 9, so they perfectly love the customers, perfectly love the car, and this was repeated several years, and it's really high customer satisfaction, especially if we compare to the market average, where the same answers are around 50 to 60%. So it's clear that the customer loved the EVs. And you know, the big question is the reliability. Now we have 10 years of experience with Leaf. You know, we came in 2010, and we have all over the world now, you know, we added up all the kilometers, like we like to say some big numbers, but basically we added up all the kilometers driven by the Leafs, and it's something like 15 billion kilometers now. And you know, the most important question, you would say that, okay, this is reliable technology, no issue with the engine, but what about the battery? So I can tell you that within our region, we have less than 10 battery replacement in the last 7 years now. So basically, this, even the battery technology is very reliable, which I think it's something really important for the market overall. So why the customers are purchasing the EVs? I can see that within this group of people, we are having some EV experts. So I will not stay on too long on this section, but obviously one of them is the acceleration. And you know, for the bigger battery version, it's 6.9 seconds from 0 to 100, so it's really fast. And we know that there is no noise for the EV engines, and the other one is very stable due to the fact that the battery is low in a lower part and also in the center of the car. And customers are purchasing the cars due to technology. We have this one pedal driving technology. This would be not possible in classical engines, and for EVs we have this kind of options. And we have I don't think we have the time to explain why do we have more possibility in EVs to have, for instance, self-less driving or autonomous drives technologies, but the EV provides more opportunity for us, and we have more technology in the cars. Also, we have connected cars. Each of the cars is having, a SIM card, and you can control with your phone. But the main reason in the CE region why customers are purchasing the cars is this one. So the €2 for 100 kilometers of fuel cost, which is something like 75% less fuel cost. This is why they are purchasing. This is what they are claiming, and I think it's understandable. By the way, it's good that being eco-friendly can be attached to being somehow how to say saving in our pockets. So it's also economical. That's the word I was searching for. And besides the fuel, there's 50% less maintenance cost, and this is a very solid number. It's actually more, and due to the fact there are a lot less moving parts in the car and the regenerative braking system, and also lots of other things, which why this technology is much better than the classical cars. Therefore, we can save on the maintenance as well, and also interesting thing that the electric engine efficiency is much higher than the regular cars or even the fuel cell. So this is why I believe that there is an automotive revolution within our industry, and this is something really important and nice. And the charging network, I think I should also speak about that. So basically, we know that these cars can be charged simply at home, but we also have the rapid charging or quick charging possibility. And the good thing is that the quick charging is also getting faster and faster. We call them ultra chargers, and this is from 100 kilowatt to 350 kilowatts. For instance, the Nissan Ariya is having 130 kilowatt of charging capacity speed, and this can be maintained almost throughout the whole charging time, not the whole, but for quite long time. So that means that within not so long time, 30 minutes, you can get, if I remember well, something like up to 300 kilometers of range. So this is a new breakthrough, which I believe that it's getting us closer to the EV technology. Obviously, other brands as well having also ultra charging possibilities. So that's good. And charging network developers have the responsibility to invest more and more into this one. And let me just quickly show you another graph. Where did we start with the CHAdeMO charging? In 2017, this was our region where we were selling the EVs. So this was 17. We were actually donating quite many chargers. And then 18, you can see that it's actually increasing. And 19, it's even further. So it's getting crowded. And in 20, it's quite crowded. This is only the CHAdeMO chargers. It could be CCS as well. Very similar, and with the AC chargers we have something like 10 times more, so the map would be really crowded. And the good news in Hungary is that in 2020 we had a real breakthrough, so lots of quick chargers were appearing on the map. By the way, let me just also mention that we, as Nissan, we are part of a consortium, actually not just one, but in the region, we were part of this NextE consortium, in which we were supporting something 222 chargers, and this is covering all the highways of the region with the quick chargers. And the point is that we are covering the highways. The big partners are MOL, E.ON, some others, and also let me also mention that BMW is also part. And we have a similar project with Greenway in Poland. So we are covering the highways now, and majority of these chargers are going to be on the roads by the end of this year. So that's all about charging. And if I still have, I think I'm at the end of my time, so I will not. This was kind of additional part of my presentation, so I will give back the word to János.
So thank you very much, Levente. This was really a very interesting presentation, and I just would like to, if you allow me to
yes,
get back.
stop. No, just 1 second, please. Okay. Okay, you can.
Yes. So. So I think it's a very good reflection on what is going on in Eastern Europe from the aspect of a great player of the market, one of the first runner actually in this kind. So I was very happy that you, Levente, could join us. Before giving the floor for the questions, if there are any to you, I was wondering if you could have the same feeling what I feel many times today, that we heard from so many customers in Eastern Europe that we are not buying EVs because we do not have the sufficient number of DC chargers on the main roads. And I have the feeling in 2020 already that this is not anymore a huge issue than it was like 2 or 3 years ago. I don't know if you have the same feeling coming from your customers.
Yeah, actually, I fully agree with you. The thing is that 2020 was a real breakthrough. So now this is no longer the main, let's say, purchase barrier. It was the first purchase barrier was always the price, so that remains to be. But the second was the charging network, and this is now getting lower on the list. Absolutely. So that's a good news for sure.
Any other questions from you guys?
Yeah, let me have one. Levente, I was very pleased to see the customer satisfaction, which was much higher than the market average. Can you a little bit elaborate further what drives at Nissan to such a high level?
Yeah, so basically the fact that it's really interesting, I believe, that you could say that, high acceleration, you could say this no noise, very stable, the car doesn't go wrong, or it doesn't it consume less. You could say all of this, but for me it was very surprising that after you purchase the car, you start to somehow feel that you are saving our globe, you are polluting less, you are less air pollution, less impact on the globe, and somehow the feeling that I'm saving the planet, is entering into the first place. So there is a very positive feeling inside the people, and that's good. And then there is another one which is also driving the customer satisfaction. People are proud of the technology, so they are buying a new innovative car, which is not just anymore a car. It used to be a car, their previous car, but now they can speak about the charging, they can speak about other technologies related to EVs. And somehow the customer is becoming, I would say, is becoming more interesting within their friends and family, and this is also bringing up the customer satisfaction. But overall, the car is just absolutely reliable. We have videos on the net from customers which are saying that they were purchasing the car 5, 6, 7, 10 years ago, and they are claiming that within these 10 years they were replacing the windscreen washers and this kind of simple things. So the car just didn't go wrong in any ways.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other
So,
questions?
Janos, maybe some questions from me. Hello, I'm Raimund Nowak from, I don't know if you take part on the forward. Oh, sorry. Hello, I'm Raimund Nowak from Hanover. Yeah, some question for the strategy of Nissan. Yeah. Your example, I read it here in the comments. There's someone who is asking, how comes this brand promotion here in this meeting? So we talk, you are on behalf of all EV manufacturers. Let's say this. So I ask you, do you have plans for build smaller cars? You showed, as we see you are on the way to build bigger cars, to build cars like Formula One car, yeah. But we discussed in the morning about smaller cars for municipal fleets. And are there plans for Nissan to build smaller cars, or will you go on the other segment?
Yes, so basically the short answer is yes. And let me just first say that sorry for the promotion. That was really not the purpose. I just can't present through the Nissan eyes. Now the thing is that first of all, let me just say that the Renault-Nissan alliance is one big automotive company and alliance, and the strategy was that we make a small car in Europe, that was Zoe, and then we make a small car in US, that was Leaf actually, and then when we got Leaf to Europe, we were saying that this is a family car. So that was the initial strategy, to have a small car in Europe, that was Zoe. Now we are just 10 years later, we are going to have, this was announced that we are going to have a B segment car, so that's the segment of, you know, Fiesta or Corsa, or as the B segment, and we are going to have that as well.
Okay, I'm an EV driver since 10 years, and I was a long time a fan of the Nissan Leaf because it was the first car here for the mass market. Do you have experience about the lifetime of the battery of the Nissan Leaf? Because this car is the longest on the market yet.
Yes, so I can tell you that, for instance, I also possess one 24 kilowatt hour Leaf. I'm driving that, not with my company car. But you know, this car specifically has 7 years of operation, and it has 80,000 kilometers in it. And right now the battery is precisely 86%. You know, sometimes I'm checking. So the battery can be very reliable. What I can say that in the same time, in the beginning of the you know, EV era, people didn't really know how to use the car. And what I can advise to everyone who has an EV, always keep the battery between 20 and 80%. And if you do that, then the bit of exaggeration, I would say these batteries can go for ages, really. So for a very long time, you just need to keep this very simple rule. And we have cars on the market with 50 or of still remaining battery capacity, but in the same time we have this really old cars with 80 to 90%. So for instance, one of the failures which you could do is to always charge up to 100%, even if you use the 10 kilometers. I'm sure you know that. So this, if you didn't do, then the batteries resist for a long time.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Because I guess that's from the time perspective, we should move on to the next presentation. And then after the presentation, we will still have some possibilities for questions and comments, because I need to apologize. I already saw that some questions already came back to Miklos, so we will go back to them after the presentation. So now I would like to welcome Gabor. Gabor is coming from from Shell, but it's better if you introduce yourselves because you have a very special position at Shell, and it's very interesting when we listen to you that we also understand what is your role within Shell. So please go on.
Thank you, János. Indeed, I have a complicated title. Let's call it this way. I have just started to share my screen, so let me know if you can see it. Can you see it?
Yes.
Super. So my name is Gábor Rónai Horst. I'm also based in Budapest, Hungary, and I am the Global Energy Transition and New Fuels Planning Manager, which is, yes, it sounds like a long title, but I'm covering the Shell's Global Network Planning's EV strategy, so ensuring that we do have the right network development plans across the globe. Ultimately, we are focusing on certain regions and ensuring that we do have the right tools and capabilities within the organization to execute those strategies. And I have the pleasure today to speak about CE. Of course, I'm based in CE, so it's very close to my heart, and in the perspective from Shell. Ultimately, many times when we start to speaking about countries or regions in the EV space, we're starting with evaluating the given numbers. The good thing is that there are tons of numbers, so if you want to get too busy with analyzing all of those, you keep your calendar busy for a long time. But the question that we're normally trying to understand, even from this vast bucket of data, that are those numbers comprehensive enough to explain the full story, especially at this stage of the evaluation of the EV, and we know that the majority of the customers are coming from the innovators or from the early adopters. That's moving to the second question. Do we make the right conclusion from those numbers, or just we trying to make decision based on a snapshot of an evolution? And most importantly, that we always starting to ask within Shell that what are behind those numbers? Because again, it's good to see the snapshot, but it's more important to understand for us what driving those numbers, what behind of them, because this is allowing us to forecast the future as much as we can. As an example, I took electric vehicles park fleet per 100,000 inhabitants as just one indicator. And as you can see, many times, I think even today I heard a couple of times that one of the key differentiator between, let's say, Western Europe and CE is the affordability. There are tons of researches. European Automobile Manufacturers Association done some correlation analysis between the affordability and the market uptake, which we strongly believe it's all of them are true. So hands down, no argument. But the question that, is it really explaining the whole story? Because if you see from a holistic point of view, Western Europe and CE, this is true. If you look into the further details, let's say even within Western Europe, let's say you're comparing Netherlands with Belgium, probably not, because the GDP difference is not as big. Even if you start to dig further to the insights and you're realizing that the adoption rate of EVs is quite low, between 1 to 10%, if you're excluding it, for example, Norway, then ultimately we shouldn't investigate and analyze the whole society or the whole country. We have to focusing on certain segments of the population where, again, this GDP gap is not as big. There is still, but it's not as big. Also, if we are factoring into the cars that people are buying in the various regions, we see that they are not necessarily coming from the entry price category. So many cars, even the 50% of those are coming coming with a price tag more than 40,000 euros, which is quite expensive in most of the countries. We have to kind of acknowledge that, yes, affordability and all the KPIs are important, but there are significantly more than we have to just analyze and focusing on this one when we are trying to understand it. I will speak about later on another terms, which is the price parity. I think we have spoken, some of the panelists already about it, and the TCO, the total cost of ownership. This is something which we are calculating, and there is not an industry accepted or approved way of calculating it, especially if you are going beyond the private customers, how fleets taking into account the charging time, which is indeed longer. So there is a time value. Or if you're shifting into other segments like long-haul vehicles, where the loading or even short-term vehicles or heavy-duty vehicles, where the loading capacity is impacted by the size of the battery. So TCO and price parity, yes, we have seen so many of those comparisons, but it's very difficult to explain many times to customers because they have feelings and beliefs, many times starting with the price tag that they see on the car or on the vehicle. The other one, I think, if we're hearing many times, is around the regulation and regulatory environment. We will have a panel around that, which is super complex. I don't have even enough time to go into the small differences between West and Eastern Europe. What we see that ultimately some of the regulations coming from around the CO2 regulations and emission changes, and ultimately, as they are announced by the EU, many of those, they are applicable across all EU countries. But this is when looking to the details, we see that how impacted players or stakeholders applying into their business, there could be variances between Western and Eastern Europe, irrespective whether it's an overall EU target, because ultimately they can shift between the countries to ensuring that they are earning the necessary credits. The other one is around city regulations, where indeed West is more advanced than CE. There are more type of city regulation announced, and I used that picture to demonstrate it in Western Europe. There could be many forms when we speak about city regulation. One, of course, the bans, so banning ICE vehicles, diesel vehicles, registration or entries. There could be many forms of those, but also how the city is regulating building codes to ensuring that there should be EV charging opportunity in a condominium, and how they are making the permit, how they are designing the permit solution system, which could be very different. We see examples where it was a little bit more complex, like in France, but ultimately CE has a benefit to take the best experiences and the best solutions. In terms of monetary incentives, again, sounds like an easy one to compare the subsidies, but the form of these monetary incentives could be very different, whether it comes as a subsidy, whether it comes like a tax incentive. But the role of the monetary incentives is short, because ultimately they would like to bridge the gap on the price parity, and dependent on the model, on the make, most probably we are going to reach it between 2022 and 2025. So it has very important at the initial phase. But if we have a long-term strategy and view between these two regions, the role of monetary incentives, short-term super important, by medium and long-term probably is going to be balanced by the market itself. And ultimately, there are many non-monetary incentives, which is has a short-term, more like awareness impact, like if we're speaking about parking, we already see in the morning, or when, as an example, in China, where you have license plate availability dependent on the powertrain. But these are more like for the awareness around the EVs. But regulation is also not just about the incentives and these elements, but also how you are managing transparency, interoperability, permitting processes, and safety guidelines. For a company like us to understand the requirements from safety perspective, especially, is very important. The next differentiator is the cars itself and the vehicles. Many times we're thinking about cars, but actually it's much more proper to use the word vehicles, because it's not just the passenger vehicles, but duty vehicles are also, and buses are an important drivers of the electrification, especially for infrastructure owners who are many times can rely some demand generators from other segments as well. What we see, and I think it has been already mentioned by Miklós, that the average holding period of an EV car in West is a little bit less than 3 years. So ultimately what we see that those are going to be moved to the CE region, which is providing some complexity to the infrastructure owners, how to make a seamless experience, both for one of the first generation EV cars, in the meantime, one of the latest release models, which has a slightly bit different technology, battery technology, connector types, and ultimately the charging time and the experience could be different. And we would like to, in the meantime, ensure that the utilization of our infrastructure is on a high level. What we see that, and I think it is all mentioned by Levente, that there are many differences on the cars as well. We see, as an example, the design, the specification of the cars are different, and due to various reasons to be recognizable that you are driving an EV car, but also there are some technological element that is much more capable to be adopted in EV cars. And a very important thing that we are really looking forward in this space, that the harmonization of this technical standard, which is allowing to have a much easier ramp up in the infrastructure solutions as well. And last but not least, this is the only pictures where you can see a Shell logo, the customers. They are the most important ones. And I was very surprised to see at Miklós that the knowledge of the EVs is quite high in Hungary. It's good to hear. But ultimately, this is what we have to understand, that there are so many new terms in the EV space, which is ultimately customers need to get used to it. They have to understand those, and they have to change, not just the customers, but companies, changing their investment process, their thinking process, their decision-making process. The good thing that many companies are multinational, even in CE. So once they are testing and piloting in the West, it takes significantly shorter cycle time to adopt in their everyday life in the CE as well. From a customer point of view, it's also important element is the digitalization. We see that this is a space where there is difference. As an example, an average electric vehicle today owns 2.5 charging card or app. 15% of the customers are owning 5 or more. So it means this all the payment and the experience is coming on a digital space, and how customers are ready to accept these solutions. A good indication for that how many of the customers are paying still today by cash versus credit card, which KPI is much more higher in CE. And last but not least is the expectation from the customers. And let me bring you an example from the Netherlands, where the adoption or usage of bicycles are very high. If you start to compare it with any of the KPIs, whether Netherlands doesn't have the affordability rate to have cars, it's not true. The public quality of the transportation is good. So all the KPIs actually are in advance for Netherlands not to have so many bicycles, but the customers and the customers' expectation, driven by many factors, is driving high bicycle usage. This is very difficult to understand how the customer beliefs is going to be developed in certain regions. So this is, I think, that's makes the whole industry responsible to make sure that we are educating and supporting the society in these regions. So before closing, just have a final remark. Do you believe that CE is not yet there where the Western markets, but it has the best capabilities to ramp up quite fast, reach that level, and make a climate where running the business from the investor point of view, really allowing to make a streamlined and very efficient opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabor, for the interesting thoughts. And first of all, I would like to ask the audience if you have any questions to Gabor at this point.
Be nice with me.
So, Gabor, if no one else has a question, I would raise one, because one of our main conclusion, as you just concluded as well, was that we have very great opportunities in Central and Eastern Europe, but you, as looking from a more global perspective, how do you see what are the current, so 2020 learnings when you try to drive the markets in Central and Eastern Europe? What are the keys, according to your opinion, especially regulators or market players have to follow in order to be sufficient?
One of the biggest learning and challenge that we do have currently when we're comparing CE with Western European investments, that we have to future-proof our network. So most of the investments has a payout time which is longer than the next couple of years. So these are not the highest yielding investments at the moment, but we have to ensure a couple of things: that our network is resilient to respond to this demand, which we are quite certain that it will come. So it's not a question whether it will come or not, it's the question in what form and when. So we have to ensure that we are future-proofing the offer. This is a huge challenge, I tell you, because ultimately you are building a network, a solution which is not just capable to respond to the current demand, but capable to serve the future demand. So we have to take into account what are the technologies from new model releases will come from Nissan or any other OEMs, and what will be the customer's expectation in the future. That's very difficult. This is when it's good to look to the West to ensure that we are future-proofing the offer what we are applying today in Central Eastern Europe.
You also mentioned that you were surprised that the customer knowledge or customer experience, according to our survey, was relatively high. Do you have other experience as a market player?
Yes, so ultimately, there is two things that what we wish to have is a high knowledge level, and which is very difficult. I tell you, within a company like Shell, the knowledge level at all levels of the company is not the same. So it's an education curve, and we have to ensure that we are educating all of our colleagues in even the management or the senior management to understand these new terms and new area of thinking or investment thinking processes that we have to apply. From many researches, we do have seen mixed feedbacks. Giving you one example, that some of the customers believe that the electricity on the EVSE should be free, because ultimately this is how it started at the beginning of the EV adoption in Hungary, that you can get it for free. And some customers believe that that's the way for the future, and ultimately they're not really appreciating when you're offering especially premium services with a premium fee. So ultimately the knowledge level is, we have to understand how it has been tested. Do they really understand the business, the charging etiquette, all the way down to the how to use the car through the battery management.
Any other questions from the panelists or from the others at this point? Then I would suggest that we move on from the CES countries to the CIS countries, and I would like to welcome Natalie from Belarus to share the presentation with us. Natalie, the floor is yours.
Hello. Do you see it?
Yes, we can see it, yes.
Thanks. А что-то она не двигается. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Can I move? I don't know why. Oh, okay. Thank you. Belarus is sufficiently well car-equipped country in Europe. We have more than 3 million cars in our country and population about 9 million. So every family in Belarus have more than one car in their everyday life. But the most number of this car is not new. In reality, we have very great achievement in 2018. And our official dealers had sold about 52,000 new cars in Belarus. But you can estimate 50,000 between 3 million. This is not very good, very high percentage. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. We have some sociological investigations in our country, and we estimated that more than 80% in our country do not want to use electric cars. So this is the main aim of our activities, how to turn the opinion of these 80% to electric cars, to their usage in everyday life. Next slide, please. We have thought when we are buying a car and how we are buying a car. And it was estimated that Belarusians and Russians will buy a car when raising their salary, when they change their job, when they have adding to the family, moving and welding. But another question is how to combine all the situations with desires and with possibilities of those 80% of population. We think that it must be a lot of improvements in charging infrastructure and a lot of another measures that is very good, is very useful for them. Next slide, please. We studied the total amount of private electric cars in Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine. And if we define the specific quantity of electric cars in Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine, we can see that the quantity in Belarus is even higher than in Russia, due to we have entire 600 of electric cars for our population, 9 million. But we can see also that the quantity of electric cars, the number of electric cars in Ukraine grown very high in 2018 when special measures for VAT in Ukraine were adopted. Next slide, please. We have now sufficiently good developed infrastructure for electric car charging. We have about 240 units, but in our plan is to have about 500 charging stations in Belarus. But in reality, the number of electric charging stations is sufficiently high. We have 1.4 electric charging stations for one electric car now. So the problem is another in reality, how to increase the number of electric cars in Belarus. Next slide, please. We have some tax incentives in Belarus. For example, the decree of the President of the Republic of Belarus on stimulating the use of electric vehicles was adopted this year. But the main problem is that this year we have also the Corona-19. So unfortunately, the result of this decree is not so obvious now. But this decree declares that VAT in our country for the buying of electric vehicles is 0. Another not very good thing that this decree didn't define any privileges, any subsidies for the buyers of electric cars. And this is important. This is a very important measure, but it doesn't exist in Belarus. Next slide, please. We have also another financial benefits for supporting of electric mobility. We have sufficiently low price for electricity in our country, about 6.5 cents. And we hope that the tariff will be effective in our policy for improvement of electromobility. Next slide, please. We have 3 funding programs in Belarus. The first one is Program for Development of Charging Infrastructure in Belarus. This program is under development, and this program is under development sufficiently long time, and we hope to see it. And we have two scientific programs. The first one is subprogram 10, development of electric transport in the Republic of Belarus. It is formed and now under consideration, and I think it will be adopted this year. And the second, Republican thematic cooperation competition of projects of fundamental scientific research in the development of electric transport, Science for Electric Transport 2021. Now it is formed. It is forming, and I think it will be adopted by the end of this year. Next slide, please. We have the production of vehicles with electric traction in Belarus. We have Unison plant. In 2019, this plant had produced about 500 of vehicles, but all of them were supplied to Russia. And we have GLBG plant. This plant think to produce GLIC geometry A, but these plans are under consideration because they are studying Belarusian market. Will they have possibility to sell this car or not? We have such producer as Aptron, but this production is not very big. Production is experimental, but nevertheless, scooters, bicycles, and motorcycles are producing here. Next slide, please. We have very big plant, Minsk automobile plant, and this plant developed the model of electric bus. This is fully electric bus with electric engine, and experimental model is now testing, and maybe soon we will see this model at our streets. We have such big production as Belkommunmash that produces trolley buses and electric buses, and about 70 electric buses Vitoft Electra are now on the streets of Minsk. We have very big plant, Eton, that produces trolley buses, and a very big plant, Stadler Minsk. This is joint production between Belarus and Switzerland. They produce electric trains, trams, and this production is very good and in a very wide usage. Next slide, please. We have plant, Belarusian automobile plant that produce heavy trucks and special equipment. And now this plant is planning to produce the track of Belarus trolley with electric traction. And the next one is our Minsk tract plant. Nevertheless, it produces tractors, but nevertheless, this plant developed ice filling harvester Belarus, and now it is working on the project of fully autonomous electric transport tractor. Next slide, please. As to production of electric vehicles, vehicles with electric traction in Russia, I can mean the the small car of domestic design and assembly Zeta, but the price for this car is not defined now. But in any case, we hope to see this car by the end of 2020. Maybe due to coronavirus, these plans can be deleted, and we will see it in 2021. However, Russia has another big production plant, AutoVAZ. AutoVAZ already had experience working on electric car. In 2011, the company introduced the Lada Elada, built in the basis of Kalina. According to various sources, about 100 of these machines were produced and were supplied to the Russians. But now, out of us, think the production of electric cars is not very good for this plant, because there is no point in spending money on the development of electric cars, since the cars will be expensive at the final stage, and customers' demand will be low in reality. The second problematic point is that there are very long distances in Russia, and there is no corresponding infrastructure for the usage of electric cars. And there are very different climate conditions. That is also not very good for electric cars. Next slide, please. To be those 80% population of Belarus interested in the usage of electric cars, there are a very great social movement in Belarus now. Electromobility is like a national idea now in Belarus. There are a lot of different exhibitions with the participation of electric cars, different marathons, special electric marathons, even international. Next slide, please. One of Belarusian electric car rental services offered users the opportunity to rent the most affordable electric cars, Nissan Leaf and BMW i3, for a day or more for sufficiently low price for our organization, such organization. So what I can say, well, there are a lot of events, there are a lot of different activities in Belarus that that must make electromobility invited for our people. So we'll see which will have the results of all these activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Natalia. Now I need to go back to some of the questions that were already asked in the chat panel. Sorry for that. I missed some of them. So first of all, we had a question, I guess it was from Harm, if I'm right. The one was still for Miklos. Harm, are you here? Can you hear us?
Unfortunately, had to leave for another meeting.
Okay. Anyway, it was about the depreciation of the used cars. I don't know, Miklos, if you saw that question in the chat.
Yes, thank you. Indeed, I saw the question. I think there could be multiple reasons for that. The first one is...
First, maybe you could repeat the question. So that...
the first one is probably that, as I mentioned, we started from the basic net price. So, and then the different cars can have different extras and different additions. So which probably yields this low depreciation in the first few years. And then also, yeah, as proposed by Harm, the subsidies can have an impact here. So I would not say that I know the exact value, exact reason, but for sure that we say that, okay, we start from the basic prices, 100% can really have an impact because there are really multiple addition, multiple prices for one type.
Mm. And what would you say to the comment that was mentioned by Raimund this morning, that the situation today in Germany is that some of the cars are even more expensive from the used cars than the new ones? What do you say to that? Because this is something that I didn't heard before. So and I didn't even saw that from our researches before. So it's a kind of new trend, you think, or do we have any ideas how it can happen? Because normally the market is just working by itself. The prices could not be changed, of course, by the used ones, but it would mean that it would drop very fast by the sellers. And if that would happen, that would again give a great opportunity for Eastern Europe to get these cars bought by customers in Eastern Europe who are, as we also saw, very price sensitive.
So, sorry, I'm not sure I got the question.
So if I'm right, Raimund, you mentioned in the morning that there are lots of cars unsold on the market. These are used cars and do not find their buyers. Am I right?
Yes, you're right. It is due to the situation that we have 9,000 euro government subsidized for buying a new car. Yeah? It's a program for fighting against the economic crisis of COVID-19. Yes, so you will get 9,000 euro per new car, and a lot of cars will come back from leasing companies now. Normal in Germany, you lease a car, you will not buy it, it will be leased, and after 4 years, 3 years, 5 years, it will go back to the dealer. And then you have a situation that a new car is cheaper than a used one. It's a crazy situation. Yes.
Still, the owners are not willing to sell it. That's
yes. They are willing to sell it. The cars are by the leasing companies. You have to ask the leasing companies. I think it's an opportunity for other markets.
If they would react on
that this could be the reason that the average age of those used cars that we analyzed are around 3 to 4 years. So this is in line what you said, Raimund. So indeed, they probably come from the leasing companies on the used car market and finding a way to the Central European market as Germans or other consumers in Western Europe keeps buying in the licensing concept.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the other thing that it probably plays a role in this one is the pandemic, because I think it's a natural trend, and this is how we're seeing it as well, that cars are moving from west to east, but due to pandemic, the cross-country trading is getting a little bit more difficult. Yes. So ultimately, in short term, there is a disruption on the German market where these sellers who are normally selling it to east, they cannot sell it by now, and ultimately the local demand is relying more on the new cars. But I think this is a short-term disruption rather than a structural problem.
Okay.
And that could be a good reasoning. And there was another question coming from the participants. I guess it was about it was most of the questions were asked from Levent from Nissan. The one was about the standard of CHAdeMO, whether promoting those chargers with CHAdeMO standard would be difficult in Eastern Europe, because then in the future old cars are using still CHAdeMO plugs or pistols, and we are seeing a trend in Western Europe, and with the new manufacturers or new manufactured cars that are going into the direction of CCS. I don't know, how do you see that, Levent, in terms of standards?
Yes, so the thing is that with Nissan Ariya, we have this new model. This one is going to be with CCS. Starting from next year, because we actually didn't want to have any compromise, knowing that in Europe the CCS is the standard. So there we change. However, on Leaf and on ENV200, we keep the CHAdeMO for the time being. We might change in the future. Actually, what I understand from our European leaders, that we keep it for the time being. And one of the reasons why we keep is the vehicle to grid, this technology, which is capable to to discharge the battery, charge and discharge the battery, and store the energy within the car. So, and this is not available in CCS. So for the time being, for these two models, we keep it. We know that this is a challenge, obviously, for us and for our customers. So far, there are over 10,000 CHAdeMO chargers in Europe, and this is very similar to CCS. In the future, this might change, but what we did until now is that we were supporting all sorts of big projects with some kind of participation fee, and ensuring that we kind of pay back to the investors this CHAdeMO additional fee. For instance, in the NEXT-E project, which I mentioned, we pay for every single charger 3,000 euro, and that means that we offset their investment, because that would be approximately the price of additional plug into the charger. So I'm not sure if I answered everything, but that would be my answer.
Sorry, and who can apply for this support? So any infrastructure provider who is considering to make a charge post investment, which CHAdeMO they can apply for it?
Basically, we should have a discussion on that. It depends really on the scale of the project. So we used to support small projects as well, but nowadays we go only for the real big ones.
Yeah, because the question that normally companies like us are considering or putting on the agenda, that what should be the offer value proposition. So shall we put CHAdeMO still down if we have the size it's going to be phased out, because ultimately we know that the payout time of an investment is longer than a few years. So if it's going to be phased out in the next 2-3 years, then it's going to be a sunk cost on the investor side.
Yeah, so far I can tell that Leaf is on the market for several years. We have still big plans with the model. ENV200, it's not so clear, but with Leaf it's quite clear, and we keep the CHAdeMO, and we actually believe that with this vehicle to grid technology, we can reduce the total cost of ownership of the car, which is making the model more competitive, and therefore we keep this plug for the time being. I understand your concerns, and yeah, we can maybe have a separate discussion on that, but for the time being, this is our direction. Right now in Hungary, the units in operation, so the cars in operation, is something like 1/3 of the cars is Nissan. So at the given moment, I know that you try to map the future, and you are responsible for that. But at the given moment, there is a car park which would be using this plug.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and there was a question from Janos. Janos, are you here with us now? This was also a question to Nissan. Maybe I don't see him here. Levent, are you?
Yeah, I can read it if you want. So basically, how about Nissan battery thermal management system? Is air cooling still sufficient in continental climates? Does it not shorten the battery life? And this one is not clear what was. Can we hear about Belkunmash or something like that? 70 electric buses with super capacitor. How is charging doing? Sorry for the misspelling. Failing site of retired public servants. So basically, let's go one by one. How about the battery thermal management system? So basically, in ARIA, finally we have it. With Leaf, we didn't want to. With the second generation, we didn't have it in the first generation Leaf. By the way, it's available on ENV200, but in second generation Leaf, we didn't put it in. We actually believe that in most of the cases, this is not a problem. This is what is coming back from the customers. In most of the cases, the range is not negatively impacting the charging time is not negatively impacting the range. So in most of the cases, this is fine, and there are some spot cases when this could be an issue. But we as Nissan, we always try to we try to democratize the technology. That's the goal. So to keep it in a low price, and therefore we didn't want to invest too much into the second generation Leaf, trying to keep the prices down, and that was the approach. And in the same time, we think that this technology was sufficient. Okay, so in the continental climate, I think if I'm thinking on my colleagues in the continental area, this wasn't a bigger problem or a smaller problem than in my region or our region. So I think it's relatively similar, but obviously with the hot weather, this can be a higher problem. The thing is that in most of the cases, the cars are still used in the city, and within the city, this is really sufficient range. And for your information, in case of the 62 kilowatt hour, the bigger battery, we had some changes in the technology. We actually charge more modules in the same time, which means that less of heat is generated, and therefore this rapid gate, which is about us, wasn't such a problem with the 62 kilowatt hour battery. And this one I'm not sure I can answer with the electric buses super capacitor. Maybe Janos, I don't know if you.
No, I think it's for another.
Okay. Perfect.
There was one lately coming in, which was about the V2G, just a few minutes ago from Janos. But I would probably suggest that not going into very much technical details now, because the time is now up. I would recommend you guys to connect with each other directly. However, what I would like to do is to have a final conclusion on this panel, and I would kindly ask you, our panelists, to say each of you guys a final concluding sentence or so on the discussion. So I would give the floor back to Miklos to summarize our findings from the project. Miklos, are you here with us?
Yep. Yeah. To summarize the findings in the project, the work that the association carried out, we analyzed the second-hand market and see that it's really a risk to see that we have incoming second-hand electric cars to Hungary. But luckily, we can say that the attitudes towards electric cars is pretty good in Hungary, also in comparison to the Western European market.
Okay. Going on to Levente from the aspect of the car manufacturing aspect. How do you see?
So basically, the last, I think the conclusion is that the market is getting really much is getting to be much developed than it used to be. We still see the increase in the demand, more and more sales, and it's the charging network had a great improvement. So I think that overall this is a new era for EVs in Hungary and in the region.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Gabor.
Yeah, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation, because I guess these are the great events which really about to promoting not just e-mobility, but to ensure that the various market players from the industry, from the regulatory side, are meeting and identify gaps, and they can even address it and find mutually acceptable solutions. So I think CE in that perspective, we all probably know what is our homework on all sides, and I think it's a very promising start to make sure that we are ramping up closer to Western Europe.
Thank you. Natalie?
Thank you very much for invitation participating in this workshop, because experience of the Western and Eastern Europe is very important for us in reality. We try to find our way, our road on this very complicated way. In any case, we are participating in, and your experience is very important for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. So on behalf of the Hungarian E-Mobility Association, I also would like to thank you for participating in this session. I also would like to add that my personal experience, which was also supported by the results of the developments what we made, as well as the research what was carried out, and which will be also a topic if in the afternoon session. I also have the feeling that what I mentioned in the very beginning, that we were starting many years later using different tools and methods for fostering e-mobility in Eastern Europe. I guess that now we can clearly state that the situation has changed now, and now we are, let's say, on the track, and there is. I would need to say that there is no more reason to mention Central Eastern European countries as follower countries in terms of e-mobility. If there is no other comment, then I would thank you for all the attention and the participation and your active contribution to the session. And the next session, if I understand well, starts exactly at 3 o'clock.
Yes.
Am I right?
Okay, you're right. 3 o'clock on the same channel. Okay.
All right.
Okay, see you.
Thank you, and see you there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
So, halbe Stunde Zeit. Rob, can you hear us?
Yes, Raymond, I can hear you.
Okay,
Very
hello, hello. So, always the jacket is, I've read here, the dress code is with jacket or not?
Yeah, I was
Where
not
are the
wearing my
ties?
jacket.
I read, where are the ties? Okay. I have no tie. Here.
I also have left my jacket.
Janos. Yes. Wonderful, wonderful. You are the trendsetter. The moderator always must have a jacket.
That's right.
It's our style here in the session. Yeah.
Very good idea.
Yeah.
Very good. So let's see. Shall we get started, or would you say that we would wait?
We can start. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Right in time. Right in time. Okay.
Usually it's with these digital meetings, things go a little bit slower. People walk in, but I think I have to agree. Let's start the final session of today. I will start also with sharing my screen. This is the one. I hope that you can all see my screen now.
Yes, we can see it.
Very good. So thank you. Now just back again. Thank you all for sticking with us today. It's been already quite an interesting couple of sessions that we've seen so far. In the morning session, mainly focused at fleets, at governmental institutes, so municipality fleets. Was a very interesting session led by Raymond. And Janos also had a very interesting session with regards to the emerging markets. And I'm now here to moderate and also present in the session, the final session of today, about policy support for electric vehicles. Let's just, for people who might have just dialed in, a short recap about the project itself. I'm not going too much depth, but it might be interesting for them also to know. Is our goal, our cooperation, cooperation between the companies and organizations that you can see down below on the screen. So RRD, so the ProEME's project, is about advancing knowledge, creating critical mass in selected applications and regions, and provide blueprints on to accelerate EV uptake. This is of course a broad sense, and this is also something that we did. We had a lot of different target groups for our project. So we've worked together with governmental organizations on different levels, also with companies on different levels, and with consumers on different types of interaction levels. So one-on-one, within groups. I mean, this was pre-corona time, of course, and afterwards it was more online with also the different tools that we get in webinars like these. And the perspective also changed. So sometimes it was more about suitability, sometimes more about economics or policy. And here you can also see it's about cars, buses, and trucks, where I think most of our selected perspectives or vehicle types were the electric cars. So already a couple of very interesting results have been shown. I'm not going to name them all, but this is an overview, also a summary and selection. So this is not everything, but some of the interesting outcomes that we have been able to create within the consortium as a cooperation within this European project. Some of them have been presented, and some of them will be presented in the afternoon. So, but now for this session, we're going to talk about the policies and about the effect of EV uptake. And to have a short introduction on this part is where we have named 4 different factors which have a role in the EV uptake. So the way that we see it is that there are financial incentives that change purchase costs and TCO costs. There's the availability of the right EVs, also something with regards to the convenience of the vehicle and a public perspective. And that results in a success or no success in EV uptake. I had a couple of slides about these, but I left them out because the second presenter of today, Roberto, has a couple of these slides in his presentation. So I'm not going to steal that from you, Roberto. Thomas is also going to speak today, as well as Antonios. And we've got 4 different parts. I will start with regards to the effectiveness of different regulations, incentives on EV uptake. Roberto is going to talk about the survey that we've done as a consortium of European organizations, focusing on the myth and acceptance of EVs. Thomas is going to zoom in a little bit more about the transition, the EV transition market in Denmark. And last but not least, Antonios is able to guide us through one of the really interesting tools that we've been able to develop within the project, which is about the it's a game, it's a serious game where policymakers can play around with in order to see what happens if they play around with incentives. So a very interesting afternoon. It's a little bit strange to start as a moderator also with presenting, but that was the plan, so I'll just skip right into my presentation, not to take too much time. This is the same figure as you saw before. What I'm going to focus on firstly is the factor of the financial incentives on EV uptake. Financial incentives have got different levels of influence with regards to the cost of a vehicle. So, for example, you've got, when you buy a vehicle, you've got purchase costs, and the government, especially the national government, can steer at 3 different elements. So the VAT reduction or exemption, and that's actually only limited to a couple of countries within Europe, so not within the EU. That seems to be highly difficult. But the purchase tax, that's something where we can play around with, where national governments can steer with regards to policy change, as well as purchase grants, which we also see mainly in countries without too much taxation on the purchase cost. Another factor is, of course, the operational cost, where road tax is a steering mechanism for the government to stimulate EV uptake, as well as duties on energy, on petrol, diesel, and electricity, and finally also the benefit in kind taxation, so the taxation on the private use of a vehicle, of a company car. Big steering mechanism in the Netherlands, especially. So they're aimed at, all of them are aimed at the owner, and except for the benefit in kind one, that's of course aimed for the driver to steer behavior towards electric vehicles. So what have we done within this analysis of the effectiveness of EV incentives? We've taken a look at different countries. Norway wasn't part of our the partners in our project, but I like to take this as an example because a lot has happened in there. There are different types of taxation rules and different exemptions or reductions in tax, all shown in this overview. But this does not show exactly what kind of effect it has. So this can have a small effect or a bigger effect, and you cannot get that out of the text. So in order to do that, you need to start calculating with these numbers. And we've done a lot of different calculations, but for the simplicity of this presentation, I now show you an example of the purchase cost in a private situation in Norway for for a Golf. So this on the left side it's a gasoline version, the middle it's a diesel, and on the right side it's an electric Golf. You can immediately see that the gray areas, which is about the VAT and CO2 tax, are quite significant in the petrol and diesel version, as well as the scrap deposit tax, and they are not to be found at the EV version, so not for the electric Golf, meaning that the government is quite able to steer on the purchase cost effect of the vehicles. If you then look at the depreciation, by the way, the previous presentations from Miklos was very interesting. He also showed something about the depreciation of vehicles within Hungary. We've taken a look at different countries as well, and especially for Norway, there was an interesting outcome that the depreciation of an electric vehicle was not as high, as much, relatively seen, as a diesel or petrol version. So with the purchase cost and the depreciation, you can calculate the total depreciation, add insurance, motor tax, maintenance, and energy cost to it, and then you get the TCO. And also here, with regards to TCO, as shown in the beginning, governmental organizations can steer in motor insurance tax and the energy cost, of course, to some amount, resulting in a TCO, in a positive TCO for an electric vehicle in Norway. These calculations have been done for multiple countries, of course, in order to do some proper analysis. So here we've got an overview of different countries. And then first the petrol, diesel, and electric car within that country. And here you can see immediately that the gray area, that's the taxation area. So let's start on the left side with the Netherlands. There's quite some taxation on petrol and diesel cars, and there's none on electric ones. Same applies to Norway. But the other interesting thing is that within Germany there are purchase taxes, as well as in Sweden, Austria, and in the UK. So in the countries where there is, as a standard, not a lot of taxation on the vehicles, they cannot lower the tax, of course, but they apply purchase grants. Different mechanism, but resulting in the same thing, a lower purchase price for electric vehicles. So here are the blocks that are shown there. No need to go into much detail there. With regards to the TCO, I just mentioned that the vehicle tax, so the road tax, is an important one. It's shown here in red, where there's also some compensation possible by lowering the road tax if it's a significant part of the TCO towards steering the purchase of an electric vehicle. The last thing with regards to the monetary incentives is, of course, also the benefit in kind policies, so the taxation on benefit in kind of a use of a company car. And this overview shows the three changes in the last couple of years with regards to the benefit in kind tax in the Netherlands. This is now focused on the PHEV version, where it was actually really attractive to drive a PHEV. But in the year 2014, 2016, and 2017, it was less and less attractive. So people bought their car right before it became less attractive to drive that car. So making benefit of the incentive. We also compared it to different countries. This might be at first look quite a difficult graph, but it shows that in most of the countries, the graph shows the average difference of the benefit in kind between a battery electric vehicle and a gasoline vehicle. And if you look at the zero line, then it's of course the same price. If you go above the zero line, it's cheaper to buy to drive on a battery electric vehicle, and below the zero line, it's more expensive. And you can see all sorts of changes. So for France, it's getting more interesting. Germany is making things more interesting. Denmark has made some things more interesting in the last couple of years. And the lights, yeah, the blue line on top, that's the Dutch market, and they are making it less and less attractive. So we expect a big impact again in 2021 on the sales. So we expect a sales peak at the end of this year, and then again lower sales figures for the upcoming years. Is it only about financial incentives? We think not. There have been a lot of incentives in Norway since the 90s already, having a minimum effect on the uptake of electric vehicles. If you take a look at this graph, you can see that it only really started in 2011 and 12, and that's when the vehicles came to the market. Of course, you need vehicles to buy them. They need to be offered, and the right ones need to be offered. So they need to be convenient as well. We have taken a look at that, and we came to the conclusion that it's really important, of course, to have the right range. I'm not saying a big range, but the right range for the application. Charging speeds have to be optimized. The ease of charging is of course important. The size of the car, and then it's not exactly about the bigger the better, but it has to suit your use. It has to be comfortable, safe. Of course, numbers of seats can be of key essence, as well as in the Netherlands, where we are hooking up a lot of caravans behind our vehicles. A towing hook is also a thing that regularly comes to the topic when it's about convenience of a car. So we've also taken a look at the future availability of these vehicles, and we saw that for the things that have been announced, that there are a lot of vehicles coming up in the market in the upcoming years. We're not saying that the current models are going to be a lot cheaper, but there are going to be more models and also cheaper models. And probably the trend that we're also seeing is that the available currently available vehicles will have a better range, a bigger battery, improving in comfort, etc. So the findings, we can see that in all of the countries, of course, the numbers of EVs are growing. It's not going that fast yet, except for Norway, of course, but in all other countries, it's not as big as much as we thought a couple of years back. There are some interesting differences with regards to purchase cost and TCO between business and private use. You can also see that in the uptake. The more taxation there is on a regular vehicle, the bigger the steering wheel is for the government. If that's not applicable, then of course the purchase subsidies are coming in. You need to have a favorable TCO in order to get a better uptake of electric vehicles. And there's a certain threshold. So if your electric vehicles are at the same price, we see that there's not a significant growth in the sales. So there needs to be an advantage for the battery electric vehicles in order for people to make the decision. And it's important that the policies that are introduced, that they are well known and that they're large and visible and understandable as well, of course. Consistency and long-term stability seems to be crucial, as well as of course the availability of the vehicles. They have to be there, and they're so when the demand is there, they need to be able to purchase them and not wait for 16 months for a vehicle to be available. So that's my short presentation about the effectiveness of incentives. what I showed you was mostly about financial incentives, availability of electric vehicles, and the convenience of the vehicle. What I left out was, of course, the public perspective, and that's where our partner in crime and working together, we've been intensively working together, especially the last couple of months. Roberto is going to take over. What I would like to do is that everyone who's got questions for me, for Roberto, and also later for Thomas and for Antonios, to write them down so we can have a really interactive discussion at the end of the session. Therefore, I would like to click stop sharing. I would like to give the word to Roberto. So please take your stage.
Thank you, Rob. Good afternoon, everyone. I will start by sharing my screen. And as Rob mentioned, I'm representing today the University of Twente. So I'm presenting on behalf of our team there. And I will talk about the results of the transnational survey that we have been discussing along the day. So indeed, I noticed that in the afternoon session already, Miklos showed a couple of slides that I will show again. And indeed, Rob, you presented also part of the background. But with any further delay, I will start by saying that the goal of this transnational survey was to, of course, identify the knowledge levels and also attitude levels of people towards electric vehicles. And we did this survey as a follow-up of a Danish survey that was conducted also by a partner of this project, Copenhagen Electric. And their survey was focused on identifying existing needs regarding EVs. So we used that survey as a base for our survey, but then we brought it to different countries. So we conducted this survey in Germany, Hungary, Norway, in Denmark again. So the first survey in Denmark was in 2018, and we did it again this year, and of course in the Netherlands. And for this, we have the collaboration of our partners in the project on each respective country. The survey was consisted of 51 questions. 9 of these questions were towards social demographics. So we asked people about their age and their economic situation, etc. 19 questions were on regards of mobility behavior. So the number of kilometers that they travel every day and monthly or yearly, and these kind of questions. And then 23 were focused also on the EV mix. I will show you some examples of the questions later on. In total, we interviewed, the survey was directed to around 7,600 respondents, so more or less 1,500 respondents per country. As background information, and this is what Rob already presented, so I won't stop that much on these slides, but I wanted to show this also as kind of background information so we can compare it with the results of the survey. So these are the real facts, and then we will see what is the perception of the public with regards to this. So these are the number of sales on the surveyed countries. These are per year, and the total numbers are indicated there. As you can see, of course, and also our partners talk about this before in this webinar. Big numbers in Norway, Germany, Netherlands, but in Hungary and Denmark is still, the market is not that big. This is with regards to absolute numbers, so the number of vehicles there. But it's also interesting to look, or even more interesting to look at the shares of those vehicles. So when we compare the number of electric vehicles against the total fleet, so what are those numbers? And of course, this is also not surprising. Norway, almost 50%, almost half of the vehicles are electric now. So this is these are numbers up to August of this year. And in the Netherlands, what we can see here is also that in all countries, the numbers are increasing. It's not possible to see in Hungary because the numbers or the percentages are really small, but also increasing. And in the Netherlands, there was something last year because also the change of the incentives, that there was a big peak, but now this year, yeah, it's still growing, but not that much as previous year. But this is just background information. And the same, I find important to present something on the charging infrastructure because we had some questions concerning this. So I wanted to show what are the actual numbers. So this information also comes from EAFO, and these are the numbers of charging points in each of the surveyed countries. As you can see, you find more charging points in the Netherlands and in Germany when compared to the other countries. But if we put this into perspective of the number of vehicles, this is also more interesting. So how many charging points are there available when we compare to electric vehicles available? And then you can see that the numbers are actually not that different. So in Denmark and in Hungary are the same as in Norway, when we take into account the number of electric vehicles on the road, of course. So in Germany is one charging point for every 5 vehicles, whereas in the Netherlands is 2 charging points for around 9 electric vehicles. So this is more or less the background information. These are the facts. Now I will show you something more about the public perspective. So as I said, the respondents were a little bit more than 7,600. From this, these are the main characteristics of the respondents. So the very big majority, 80% of the respondents do not have an electric vehicle or plug-in hybrid vehicle. And yeah, when they do have, we can see that they do have more battery electric vehicles than plug hybrid electric vehicles, 8% against 6%. The highlights of the results in all surveyed countries. So these are average percentages. We took into account, or we sum up all the responses from all countries, and then in that way we construct these percentages. So what we see is that in 81% of the households, they have a car, but only 19% of those people that own a car have a battery electric vehicle or a plug-in hybrid vehicle. I wanted to see the time that I'm using. Also, very relevant for us is to know that more than half of the people know someone that regularly drives electric, but a very big minority of the people has driven an electric car by themselves. So it's only 29%. And also relevant highlight is that 53% of the respondents is positive about society rewarding EVs, but as we saw in the previous graph in the background information, this is not reflected really in the number of sales. What people find more important when buying an EV is purchase price. We have discussed also this in the previous sessions, and is the same, or the same applies for all of the types of vehicles, diesel or petrol. Of course, when people think of buying an EV, range is very important. So it's the second most important criteria, and operational costs are also important. We, as I said, we've put a lot of attention on the attitude towards driving electric, and with the questions, we made top 8 of the highest agreements and disagreements. So when people would fully agree or mostly agree with certain statements, we then classify that as a good or as a bad attitude towards electric vehicles. As you can see, yeah, most people are concerned with the number of public chargers available. So most people agree that there are too few public chargers. On the other hand, they do not think that electric cars are boring. So they do have an opinion on that, and they say, no, we like electric cars. It's not a problem for us. How does that look into the graph? So this graph was presented also before. We will discuss a little bit about this here. So what we saw is that in Germany, people are a little bit more negative than in the rest of the countries. But still, in most or in all countries, people are more negative than positive. So in general, even though neutral is the most frequent answer, except that in Germany, in general, people are more negative than positive. So this is something that, yeah, we really need to take into account when having these discussions about how to incentivize and how to promote for the usage of electric vehicles. What is also clear from this graph, and I mentioned earlier, is that there are not really big differences. So that was also something to take into account, and surprising in some areas, for instance, that in Hungary, they are even more positive than in other countries, but we still don't see these positive attitudes reflected in the number of sales. We did the same for with regards to knowledge levels, and important to mention here is that this is, or these are numbers based on the perception of the public itself. So we ask them how they if they have an opinion of these are perceived levels of knowledge. So this doesn't mean that they do know more or less, but this is how they think, or how much they think they know about electric vehicles or electric mobility or electric driving. Sorry. What we see then here is that if people responding I don't know to the statements or the questions, then we consider those as the less knowledgeable, and the least I don't know answers that they gave, we consider those as the most knowledgeable statements. So this basically means that they do have an opinion, they do know if, or they think they know, for instance, if it's difficult to buy an electric car, or if they don't know if it's difficult to get an electric car repaired, for example. So with this regard, what we saw is also that in all countries, the knowledge levels are very similar, and people perceive themselves like very knowledgeable or highly knowledgeable. And yeah, it's the same, and the numbers are very similar in all countries. So as I said, the main concluding remarks are that people are still more negative than positive. In general, we saw that in Germany, even more negative than neutral, but in the rest of the countries, they responded more neutral than the rest. As I just mentioned, the perceived knowledge of population is considerably high in all countries, being Germany and Norway, the countries with similar perceptions or the higher perceptions. The same for the attitude levels. The main concern is about public chargers. So people think that there are too few public chargers. That was the highest agreement. 54% of the respondents said that, yeah, too few public charging points. And also more than half of the respondents are positive about society rewarding EVs over ICEs vehicles. But yeah, as I said, what we see in the graphs, in the background information, is that this is not reflected in reality or in the number of sales. Even if they are positive, they are still not buying these vehicles. So they see like, okay, it's fine, reward the ones who buy, but I'm not buying an EV jet. What we also see and can conclude from the results of the survey is that there is still a lack of knowledge with regards to daily operation costs. So Rob just showed us examples of TCOs where it's clear that electric vehicles can be cheaper in daily operation or in total cost of ownership, but people still don't know that. And also they lack knowledge about the impact of the weather on the range of daily usage, right? So of course we know that weather has an impact on EVs, but that wouldn't be that big in daily usage for short distances. That is the case for most of the travelers. We saw that purchase price and operational costs are the most important criteria. That was not surprising. And also an important highlight is that, as mentioned in the beginning, only 1 in 3 persons have driven an EV. On the other hand, more than half of the people know someone that has driven or drives an electric car regularly, which makes us question if the influence of people is that big. So if I know a person that drives electric and still I'm not convinced to drive one by myself, is because maybe that person is conveying a negative message towards driving electric. I will very shortly show quick examples of questions that we asked to those people. And for instance, this is the likelihood of driving an electric car or to purchase an electric vehicle in the coming 10 years. And this is also nice to see, but I'm not really sure if this will be the case. So what you can see here is that in all countries, people say, yes, it's very likely that over the next 10 years, I will drive electric. But this is not this is not aligned with the attitude percentages that we saw. So on the one hand, they say, yes, we think that we will buy an electric car in the next 10 years or over the next 10 years. But on the other hand, they say, but we are still not positive or even negative about electric vehicles. Another example of a question is, I mentioned this, that people that they know that drive electric. So most of them know someone that drives regularly electric. Sorry, this is the other way around. So most of them do not know someone that drives electric, but if we sum up, it's almost half of them know someone. Another question was, which benefits could make you more positive about buying an electric car? And faster charging. So again, charging infrastructure is very important. Lower operational cost, but we said they lack of knowledge about this, and the number of charging stations. That is very important for people. So if we want to really promote the uptake of electric vehicles, we need to do it in hand with charging infrastructure. Have you tried an electric car? We talked about this question before, so most of them have not driven an electric car. So if you had an electric car, how good or bad do you think it would suit your daily driving? So most of them also say yes, that they would suit my daily needs, but still they are not buying electric vehicles. So what I want to show here is again that misalignment between the attitude and the real facts. Electric cars are temporary solution. There will be a better antenna technology in the future. So this is also surprising, because somehow people think that there would be a different and another solution than electric vehicles in the future. So this might be a reason for them to something that is stopping them to buy electric vehicles, could be. And so we really need to better inform the public in that regard. This is with regards to difficulty to cross borders. So most of them also think or agree that it's difficult, but what we see that many people don't know if it's difficult or not. And again, I think this has to do with charging infrastructure and the level of knowledge about the number of and the easiness to charge an electric vehicle. And again, this has to do with people not having the experience of driving an EV. Yeah, actually, this question is connected to that. So is it difficult to charge an electric car? Surprisingly, in the Netherlands, for instance, they don't know. That's the highest response. In all countries, they do not know. And of course, if they have not driven an electric car, is maybe difficult to know. But for those who have driven an electric vehicle or not, but have experience with that, we do know that it's not difficult to charge an electric car. So this is something that we also need to work on informing the public. This was a good one as well. So this is about the change of opinion with regard to electric driving. So what we see here is that most of the cases, the opinion didn't change, but when it changed, it was more in a positive way than in a negative way. So yeah, and it's the same in all countries. They are now more positive about electric driving. Still, we don't see it very clear in the real facts and number of sales, but well, yeah, people is being a little bit more positive on that regard. For more information and all the questions and a little bit of analysis of the responses, you can find them in the consumer behavior report that the University of Twente has prepared. And this report will be published on the website and is part of the deliverables of this project. And with that, I finalize my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Roberto. Interesting presentation, interesting outcomes, I think. I think that a couple of those outcomes are raising new questions, of course. It's funny to see that people think they have a lot of knowledge and then answering different questions in the opposite way, showing that there is still a lack of knowledge. So, but also interesting to see the things that are improving, things that are not improving. So I think the final outcomes of this report from the study will be a couple of things that where policymakers can definitely use as input for their further development of policies. So if anyone has some questions for Roberto, please. I hope you're still available for the discussion, Roberto.
Yeah, I will be here. Yeah.
So then we can go to our next presenter for today, for this afternoon. Thomas is going to say something about the vehicle transition, electric vehicle transition market in Denmark. So Thomas, can I can give the floor to you?
Yeah, and hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, all right. So I'm just trying to connect my screen here also. Let's see what happens. So do you guys see?
Yeah, we see the normal presentation. So maybe you're using two screens. Could that be?
No. Is it better now?
It looks good, Thomas.
You see it now?
Yeah, we see probably your second screen, so the one that shows the next slide as well. But it doesn't really matter. We can still see it, so it's good for me.
I think I have to do this.
Yes, perfect. That's it.
All right, good. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things happening in Denmark in terms of also the policy side of all this. Just a short recap of who I am. My name is Tom Troelsmith. I'm 45 years old, and I've been working in e-mobility in almost 10 years now. Started up in the largest startup back in 2011. Better Place it was called. Unfortunately, we were not able to continue our business, and afterwards I was lucky to get involved in showcasing and implementing the Drive Now car sharing system into Copenhagen and Denmark. And then afterwards I've been working now as an independent consultant for about 3.5 years. And I've been involved with the ProEMI project since we started. I work as an external consultant, and I work for the regional capital of Denmark. Early on today, you've heard my colleague Gent from the regional capital, and we've been involved in this project for 2 years now. And I'm going to talk a little bit about Denmark. And for all of you who doesn't know about Denmark, it's a small, little, nice country, about 6 million people, very short distance. We have about like a 4 or 5 hours drive from the south to the north as maximum. So as we say, it would be the perfect country for e-mobility. We have a very stable political climate. We have a great road infrastructure. It's flat. It's not hilly. There's not really any cold climate or anything with a big degrees, minus degrees in Denmark either. So very stable. The systems in terms of both policies and energy systems and all those things that we do like. Infrastructure is great. The challenges is we have a very high taxation on cars. Actually, the highest in the EU is about 180%. So cars are very high taxed, which was also shown in the graphs that Rob showed in his presentation early on. The positive thing also for Denmark is that we have a very high energy mix. It's more than 50% renewable. You know, the Danish company Vestas, who is also a very global company now, has had a huge success also in implementing windmills in Denmark. So we have also a very good energy system for that. Then we don't have the national car production, which is also a positive thing in terms of EVs, because we are not obligated to do anything with any car companies or any brands. We can actually decide and do whatever we want. So that should also be a positive thing. And we've invested a lot of money since, as I said, I've been involved myself since 2011, but actually already back in 2009 and 10, big investments started in the charging infrastructure in Denmark. And it has been mainly driven by 3 big companies in Denmark, private companies, and it's been funded by a lot of private finances, but also some EU projects. So all in all, it should be just great, but we have a problem. And therefore, the ProEMI project was very interesting to engage in Denmark, and therefore Gent and his colleagues in the regional capital decided to enter this project, because we need to work with the market, because we don't get the results we need. There is definitely a need for policy changes and also for things to happen in the market. So what happened is that we got involved in ProEMI project. It's a part of the work test, part 3, which is called Working with the Markets, because we need to work with the Danish market. And we've created this big analysis, and it is a report, and you will find it in the ProEMI website also. It has a lot of different information about the political framework analysis in Denmark, some incentive schemes, some comparison models between the 5 countries in the ProEMI project, some of the findings that you saw Rob also present in his presentation, you will find also in this report. And then the big Danish survey, Roberto just explained us about the transnational one. We actually did a Danish one before we did and participated in the transnational one. So you also find more information about that. And we tried to do some quality interviews also with different entities, public, private companies, interviews of NGOs and stakeholders of different sizes in the Danish EV market. So there's a lot of stuff to find here. It's a great big report. You could read more about that. So the reason that we actually talked about these things is that if you look at the Danish market, it's actually a challenging market to operate, because we are not allowed to do this total ban of selling diesel and petrol cars because that's not allowed because of EU. So that is not a tool we can just use. To make a prohibitive ban of diesel and petrol cars with high taxes and all that is either not allowed, so therefore we cannot just adjust on that one. The Danish tax system on vehicles is very complex. It has a lot of different ways and entities to actually look at, and therefore it's not an easy thing just to change the taxing system on cars. And at the same time, the Danish taxation on vehicles is, as I said, the highest one. So there's a lot of money for the national budget. It's about 7 billion euros coming into the national budget every year from car sales. So of course, just giving away cars or giving away the registration registration fees would be a big deficit to the budget, and that's another challenge. If you look at the historical data, it shows that short-term policies, short fixes is not creating a good stable market. It actually creates a lot of uncertainty, which makes the market collapse, and I'll show a bit of that later. And even though we've had the EVs have actually been without taxation in several years, we didn't see the big sales. So it's not only a matter of having a cheap car or having a car without a registration tax. You actually need more measures, and I think Rob also talked some about that the convenience and the perception of the car in many ways is also very important. Gradually, we are trying to introduce this taxation system. We have to do that, otherwise the government will not make the money they need, and therefore this has to be a part of the policy making, is that you cannot just do a big gap of money in the national budget. It has to be in some way the EVs also have to pay money to the government. Then we don't have the road taxations in Denmark. We don't have that many different instruments to actually pull or pull the market, push or pull the market, and therefore it's actually a difficult market to operate, also policy-wise. And then also our taxations on energy. Actually, in Denmark in general, we like taxations on everything. You probably heard about that. That's why Denmark is very expensive to live in. And we have a high VAT also. And in terms of energy, the kilowatt hour is only cost is about 5 euro cent. But for the consumers, they'll have to pay about 35 euro cent per kilowatt, which is also a challenge compared to different countries when we talk about supplying the EVs with fuel. So that's just a short introduction to the challenges in the Danish market. And when we look at it in terms of what are selling in Denmark, as you've already heard in some of the earlier presentations, there's only about 20,000 cars being sold, actually battery electric cars in Denmark. At the same time, we actually have a lot of charge spots, about 2,885, I think it was, in precise numbers. We've installed 22 kilowatts, 400 times the 50 kilowatts charge spot, and also now 150 kilowatt charge spots are being set up. So we actually have lots of infrastructure, and as you see here, the challenge is that cars has been very expensive, even though they didn't have the registration tax. We lacked a lot of vehicle options in Denmark with the short range, and the anxiety has been a major problem for 10 years now. And then the myth in the market has also been quite massive. And because of all that, the politicians has been very indecisive in what to do. So we've had lack of political incentives in Denmark. There are no really easy low-hanging fruits. As you said, we've tried with the registration fee not being on EVs, but that didn't really work. And other small measures have been tried, but no really big effects on the market. So the market needs other instruments to actually start working. Then at the same time, there's been a lot of lack of knowledge in the market because all these myths and all these different opinions about EVs and the purchase prices, and is it a good investment or bad investment? There's been so much of that in the media. So we kind of had 10 years of all kinds of people talking with different opinions in the market, and the politicians have not been really straight in their communication, and therefore the market is uncertain. At the same time, the policies has been short-term, they're not long-term, and this has actually created a really bad communication in the market for EVs, and therefore we haven't seen it. Just a short graph which will explain and show you what happens in Denmark when we have these shifts of politics. We had back in the fourth quarter of 2015, you see this. We had it was in December, it was called the Tesla month of the year, because a lot of people bought a Tesla because from the 1st of January, the Tesla would have been taxed with 40%, and therefore suddenly everyone wanted to own a Tesla. And you could just see how much that actually affects the market, that when a new taxation is being done from the 1st of January, everyone wants to buy an EV, and especially a Tesla. So that created a big loop, and then suddenly the market totally stopped because suddenly there was a taxation on EVs after having all these years with no taxation. And then afterwards we had a new one saying that it would go from 20% to 40% taxation. That was the next leap, and you see again a big effect in the market, and then afterwards a big drop in sales. And then we had a continuation of a small tax deduction in energy supply. So when the energy the operators used for the EVs could actually be deducted with about 15 euro eurocent per kilowatt, which gave some effect to the market. And then it was explained that now it can be continued, and suddenly people were happy for that. And then you see all these things that now it was going back and forth between 20 and 40%. So the market was kind of unstable. And now in the last part here, we've had a lot of discussions about doing different incentives of EVs. And in general, more cars are coming into the market. So now we see the big positive trend. But then at the same time, there's an uncertainty because the politicians haven't really said anything about what will happen, when will it happen, what will the incentives be, and therefore the market is once again falling down. So the politicians has had a great effect on the market for the last 5 years in Denmark. What we just want to try here shortly is to look through what happened in Norway, because we believe that still Norway is the most successful country in Europe in terms of EV sales. And what I would say that you see some incentives that has been very economic in terms of the Norwegian consumers. They've had a lot of things that actually fix their daily living. It's easily for a Norwegian to see that buying an EV is actually a good bargain. They had the no toll, no rewards charges. They had the payment bridge they didn't pay. They had the company car discounts of 50% if it was an EV. They had free parking. They had actually free energy or free fuel, if you could say. Also, in some areas, they had parking areas where they only allowed to be parked with EVs and no diesel cars. And the municipality actually subsidized the charges. So if you lived in an area where there were no parking spots, you could actually have a charge spot set up by the municipality and not pay yourself. So all these financial economic incentives had a big impact on the daily life of consumer. Compared to Denmark, even though we had the registration fees taken away from the cars, the car was still perceived as too expensive. So more expensive to buy an EV than a diesel and a petrol car. So after that, then only in the last 5 years, there's been put it on or added taxation to the cars. Firstly, it was 20%, then it was supposed to be 40, and now they're going back to actually that cars less than 400,000 Danish kroner doesn't have a taxation. There's still no company discount if you want to buy an EV. The municipalities are now allowed to have free parking, but that has actually taken 7 years or 8 years. So the first one started now this year in 2019, last year. They could actually then offer a free parking for an EV car owner. So that has been one of the most effective tools, you could say, or actually for the owner of the car, that he knows that he could save a lot of money on parking. But otherwise, it has been very small incentives, and at the same time, no direct income incentive, and therefore the consumers didn't feel that this was actually a great buy. So put that into a perspective also with the transnational survey. What you could see, and what is very obvious, is that when you look at the Norwegian people and how they answer the surveys, looking into the purchase price, you would say that the first question was electrical cars are more expensive to purchase. That's only 24% that believes that that's the case in Norway. If you look at Denmark, it's 51%. So a huge amount of the Danish consumers believe that it's too expensive to buy an EV, and therefore they don't. In Norway, it's only 1/4. So to Norwegians, they believe that buying an EV is a good deal, and therefore they do it. So it's quite easy. So if you, as a politician, make it happen that the consumers actually see that this is a good deal, then they will start buying the cars. At the same time, the TCO in a Norwegian perspective is also a positive one. As you see here, you actually have 35% which disagree that electric cars are more expensive in daily use, compared to only 18% of the Danish consumers. So it's about double as many people actually believe that the TCO is positive in Norway compared to Denmark. And then also the charging, the charging situation is also, it's very easy and accessible for the Norwegians, but the Danes are not that happy for it. So if you look at the fix of just those simple things, you could actually say that compare Norway and Denmark is quite easy, because in Norway you've had about, in Denmark you see 20,000 cars sold, less than 1% of the market share. Compared to Norway, almost 300,000 cars are sold, and almost 10% of the market share in total. So it has a huge effect that you have a perceived value of the cars being cheap. So if the general expression is that a car is expensive, then buyers will not buy into it, even though you're trying to tell them it's a good idea. And at the same time, we've talked a lot about charging situation. It's quite funny to see that the charging situation in Denmark compared to Norway is actually alike. That in Denmark, you have about 1/8, 1 to 8, and in Norway, it's about 1 to 14 cars. So actually, you have less charge spots per car in Norway, and you have quite a good ratio in Denmark, but still people are talking a lot about cars having to have more charge spots in Denmark to actually buy an EV. So that is more myth and miscommunication and lack of knowledge, which is very interesting.
Thomas?
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt you, but I know that you still got a couple of slides. I just want to say, and you still got a couple of minutes.
I know. I'm going to speed it up. Sorry.
No worries.
And just to say once again that is very interesting in terms of policies in Denmark is that you actually have a very consumers or the Danish citizens are actually very positive towards having these incentive schemes in Denmark. As you see here, we actually have almost 58% that agrees that is a good idea to reward electric cars instead of petrol cars. So that's easy for politicians because they are interested in voters, and then you actually have a positive attitude towards this. So the people would like incentives. And to look at which incentives it would work, as we've already said, and we've shown that also in earlier presentations. And this one, as you see here, registration fees, price, operational cost, and charging stations. Those are the 4 main biggest answers here, and especially the one with the purchase price and the operational prices. So when we can communicate to the market that it's a good bargain and it's cheap to buy compared to the other ones, then people will react to it. And at the same time explaining the TCO is a good one on a daily operational cost level, then once again, people will start buying. So for the politicians, we have 4 main characteristics in the report, which we suggest and we present. It's saying that we need long-term policies. It's very important to avoid the confusions and make trust towards the future conditions. People need certainty, strong economic incentives, just make it cheap. The market will work by itself. And then expand the network of chargers to an extent that is larger than the current and expected amounts of EVs on the road in the future, which gives, once again, the people a feeling that there are enough charging stations. That is not the case right now in Denmark. And then create this smart infrastructure, which is more about roaming. A lot of Danish people are very concerned about their one drive a year, either to Germany or France or Italy or wherever they go on holiday. And therefore, they need the roaming facility to work. And that's also for politicians to actually press on that button. It has been a discussion in Denmark for 12 years now about roaming, and we don't really have seen the final solution yet. So people still believe that roaming is not possible. All right. So we were the perfect country, but it just didn't happen. But at the same time, as we said, we have this really big challenge about communications. Because as you see here, electric cars are more expensive in daily operation, even though it is proved now that it is actually a really good bargain to buy one, especially if you are commuting on a daily basis. We still have a lot of people who doesn't feel that. So as you see here, 37% doesn't know if that's really the case, and 27 people actually believe that they are more expensive. So that's a very bad case. So we need communication to the market. We need to explain them much more about this. That's not in terms of policy, that's more about communication and explaining how it all goes together. And therefore, we've had in Denmark now also a commission. This Danish Commission of EVs has just reported now here the 7th of September, a report called The Road to a Green Car Taxation. And just to explain how difficult it's been underway for 2 years. They've only done one of the 2 reports they're supposed to. The other one will be in December about charging infrastructure. They've done a lot of financial and political advisory, and they still actually haven't really found anything which has changed the opinion that this is going to be a slow transition to EVs. They've done a lot of different models and all kinds of assumptions, but actually when the report was out, it was a very disappointing thing for all of us in the business. So it's not an easy thing, not even in Denmark, even though we have perfect conditions. That was all. Sorry for using too many minutes, maybe, Robert.
That's fine, Thomas. Thank you for your presentation. Thanks a lot. Very interesting. Interesting to see the Danish perspective, also to see what issues you're struggling with. It's different countries probably have different issues with regards to the EV uptake, and I think your remark with regards to communication is needed. That definitely applies for Denmark, in most of the countries, but definitely for Denmark. So thank you for that. Not to waste any more precious time with regards to the possibility of the discussion, I would like to hand over to Antonios, who's going to tell us something about the Adam and Eve.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect, I will share my screen. Nice.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, good. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Antonios Bouzavalis, and I'm coming from University of Twente. So along with Stephen Huffman, who is the main developer, a simulation model regarding the uptake of electric mobility has been developed. So first, I will start with a short overview of the background of the model, and then I'll guide you through the model itself, which is like a game, as Rob said earlier. So Adam and Eve is the short name of Adoption Dynamics Analysis Model for Electric Vehicles. It is an agent-based simulation model, which is focused on the decision process for EV consumers, including the second-hand market. So the model should be able to help answer questions like what are the possible effects, adding or removing incentives in the future, and how people react. What will be the effects of implementing a zero-emission zone policy for 2030? What is the influence that the policymaker has on the EV transition, and to what extent do car manufacturers, or the OEMs if you prefer, influence the transition towards electric mobility? Here it should be noted that the goal is not to predict exact outcomes, but to show relations and trends. So this is the structure and the concept map that is behind the model. This is a causal loop diagram that includes many factors that affect electric mobility. For example, you can see financial TCO, and by, for example, providing purchase incentives, this can have an effect to the EV uptake, and also for the other factors as well. So this is why actually agent-based models were selected, because they can deal with these kinds of complexity. So some remarks before we go into the model. The model is still in development. It is currently under the validation process. And the approach that has been decided to be followed is to compare real data with simulated ones in 2 different periods of time in the Netherlands. The software that Adam and Eve was developed is AnyLogic, and currently there are 2 versions available online, version 1.0 and 2.0, and I will go right now to the 2.0 to show you the model itself. So this is the AnyLogic cloud. Anybody can have access in this model, and by clicking play, you can see in a moment the model. So this is a bit of information about the model, also about the developers and the partners. So this is the living environment. The dots are consumers that can have a car or not. For example, the black color, the consumers do not have a car. With the blue, they have an IC, and with the green, they have a BEV. You can see the available cars that were used for the simulation and their characteristics, some decision-making factors for the consumers, and how much they are concentrated, how much they concentrate on specific factors. And based on these factors, a score is calculated that the consumer can then decide if he has a positive or negative intention to buy a BEV or ICE. So for example, a score of 0.5 and more means that the consumer has a positive intention. So for this specific consumer, he has a positive intention for both of these vehicles. If we select another one, you can also see this one, for example, he has a negative intention to buy a BEV because the score is below 0.5. You can also see financial incentives. You can also click whatever you want, and also the years that these can be active. For example, I will use this one and put it in 5,000 euros. And these are some important results. I will run the model in a bit and you will see. And this is the OEM part, which is 3 OEMs have been selected to investigate the influence that the OEMs have on the uptake of electric mobility: Volkswagen, Toyota, and Tesla. And based on some scores that are based on some technical characteristics, like the battery energy density, for example, some scores are saved, and the consumer will buy the vehicle with the highest score if, of course, the intention of buying a BEV is higher than 0.5. So I'll run the model now, so you will see the results. And you can see here that the percentage of BEVs on the road, this will increase as the years go by. And you can also see in the map that the green dots will be more than the blue ones as the years, as we go into the future. You can see the dates here. Also some important results here: the total government expenditure, the avoided emissions that are also very important, the total cars on the road. This graph corresponds to this percentage. And now you can see the final result here, and also the share of the OEMs and the sales. And with this, I want to conclude, because I don't want to spend any more of your time, the presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
And thank you, Antonios, for your presentation and the live demonstration of the tool.
And I should say that the model is online, and everyone can have access to it. So because I knew that we don't have much time, so I was trying to be a bit. I didn't want to spend much time. So if anyone wants to explore it and to experiment with, they can go in ProEMA website and find the link.
That's good. And if I've got it right, the tool is also available on the ProEME website.
Yes, but from what I saw, the first version is available. The second one is not yet. The link, I mean.
It's good to know, and we've got some homework to do to also update that.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see. It's interesting to see that we can have some sort of gamification for policymakers to try out new things, and then play with some of the some of the buttons they can switch and see what happens if there is a big difference or not, or if it's like helping it a lot or making it maybe even worse. Who knows?
Yeah.
So we've got about 15 minutes now for the final discussion. So I hope Roberto and Thomas are also still online. I think they are.
Yes.
Yes, perfect. So let me take a quick look at the chat box. A lot has been chatted, but just to check what relevant remarks are made. I saw some interesting remarks from Janos about being a little bit electric car heavy, the discussions today, especially at the end. I agree. We've taken a look at different modalities as well, but the main focus of within ProEMI was on electric cars. But I do agree that when we were talking about inner city electrification or more sustainable mobility, and micro-mobility is also and light electric vehicles are also a really important part. No, thank you. Just to check if we've got any other interesting questions. I think it's also good to hear the panelists and the attendees with some questions they might have. So please, if anyone has got a question, please let us hear it. Also, quickly check the YouTube channel. Maybe there's nothing in the chat there. Then I might just kick off with the question in the opposite direction. So a question to Antonios. You've been able to play around a bit with the tool, of course, and what I see with regards to the differences in the applications of incentives is that it sometimes also works quite well to communicate in advance about a certain incentive that's going to be less attractive in the future. So people have got the urge to buy an electric vehicle. So people have got the idea, okay, in the next 10 years I'll buy an electric vehicle, or maybe in the next 3 years. But if they notice that the next year it's going to be less attractive to drive an electric vehicle, they got that extra push to make a purchase before the end of this year. Have you been able to play around with that incentive as well?
No, because if I understood correct, what you're saying is that the consumers can know that the government will stop these incentives in the next year, so they are trying to buy this electric vehicle in December, for example, because we have also noticed that most of the sales happen in December. This is what
I can imagine that it's like the model is already really complex. I know.
Yeah.
And you can add so many additional variables to it to make it even more complex or realistic. But you cannot plug the complete world in it, of course.
Right now, the consumers cannot see in the next year, so they cannot know if the incentives will stop in the next year. So they cannot force themselves to buy an electric vehicle because they will know that these incentives will stop eventually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand. Okay. Maybe a different question to Thomas. In the earlier presentations this day, we also considered the effect of leasing and leasing the electric vehicle. So there's in the survey we saw the lack of knowledge from people about what happens to the residual value of the vehicle.
Yeah.
But and there is not a lot of knowledge. We know that the operational costs are low, so having all of that combined in a leasing contract might open up the eyes. Do you know, Thomas, what the effect is on the growth of leasing and especially private leasing as well on the battery vehicle intake?
Yeah, what we've seen in Denmark is for the first years in 2010 to 15, 16, actually there were no leasing opportunities really. It was very expensive, especially because all the leasing companies, they kind of had a residual value equal zero. Like there was no money in an old EV or used EV, and therefore the price of the leasing was too high compared to a similar petrol or diesel car. So the last few years, that has changed, but I still believe that they're very conservative in terms of pricing of residual value, and therefore the leasing cost monthly is too expensive. So a clear incentive in that way also would help out on the leasing contracts, and we would have much more people buying in the leasing contracts. What we've seen actually is that the car rental companies has a huge success because they bought a lot of EVs cheap in Europe. Nissan actually sold out quite a big bunch of cars they couldn't sell in Europe. It was sold for the car leasing companies. And then we saw them suddenly showing up in Denmark at a very attractive price. And those cars have been hired out or rented in a huge success and in massive numbers, actually, because the price was attractive. So consumers are ready when they see a good bargain.
Yeah, I think I have to. That's a clear explanation. I think that's definitely going to be. It could be a big part of the growth of further sales of EVs. In the meanwhile, does anyone have a question to one of the presenters?
Yeah, Rob, I actually have a question. Just a follow-up question. In your presentation, you talked about, if I interpreted it right, you talked about that you can only go as far with incentives, that the technological advancement in battery technology also have a say. That didn't I interpret what you did you said something along the lines of that you could only go as far as you could with incentives, but you still had to wait till the technology of the battery, the range, the charging effectiveness had to follow up to a standard before you could get more of the market getting in on EVs.
Yes, that's right. But then in the perspective of the 2010, 2011, 2012, when there were only like 3 electric vehicles models available. So in the meanwhile, I think that the number of available different models and their comfort level and their suitability level is a great issue anymore. I think we have already passed that level. That the availability of the right vehicles is an issue. I think on the other hand, it is becoming the opposite. So there are so many electric vehicles already available, and in the upcoming years there are so many to add. So it's a good question, but maybe I went too quickly in that part. It's with regards to the past.
Yeah, and the reason why I was asking is because it's actually still a little bit part of the political discussion. If, for example, in Denmark, where people are beginning to say, haven't we already won the war? The electric car has come, so why do we need to incentivize now? Because they are good enough, or some of these other arguments being used, and in 3 years they are going to be as cheap as normal EVs. So why incentivize now? Because in 3 years they will be there. So there's always this push and pull, talking about the policies, where we haven't really found the right answers to give except that we have a climate crisis and we have the time is ticking, and each car we get into the market is going to be there for 15 years. So we have to get them out of the market now.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. Definitely agree to that. And also, it's still about the threshold. Of course, there's a certain threshold which needs to be overcome. So if it's the same price, people will still be quite comfortable not changing. So there still needs to be an additional incentive to do, which some parts which I didn't really describe in my presentation are also, of course, the ones that were more in the like the non-monetary or the non-direct monetary incentives, which are very, very important to the uptake of electric vehicles as well. And there are, of course, a couple of usual suspects in Norway, which are being presented in almost all presentations. But there are others as well. Just better parking places, using HOV lanes, getting some sort of priorities with the vehicle, which is not going to be very effective in your wallet, but it changes the feeling of having an electric vehicle, which can, if you can daily witness the advantages next to you that the neighbor is having and you're not having, the car might even be a little bit more expensive. So yeah, that's a proper point. Raimund, you're unmuted, so I guess you also have a question?
No, I don't. Oh, sorry. Where is? Oh, you can hear me.
Yeah.
Oh, what time it is? 6:26. We have 4 minutes here in our exciting journey through the electric Europe. Yes, I'm thinking we are far away from a common electric market. I think, may you be on the same opinion. My question is, what do you think can we do together in Europe? We see always we are looking for best practice models. We see we have a very different situation in the different countries, but what are the first steps working together in Europe? Not only the states, the cities, maybe the companies, they do it, I think, but also the states and cities. This is my question. Do we need a European strategy to promote electric mobility? Yes, not only national strategies, and we're looking what is the best national strategy. What would be the best European strategy? European incentives?
I see that Kent is raising his hand.
Yeah, I would just say that I know from a personal experience, we have two different kinds of networks we're in. One is called, of course, Greater Copenhagen, which is cross-national with Sweden. And then we also have another, which is one of the 10T corridors, which is from Oslo to Hamburg, called String. Mm-hmm. And in both those networks, we have tried, as I would say, as officials, to promote different kinds of green procurement, green tenders, different kinds of strategies. But you know, the challenge in these kinds of situations have been more or less that when it gets to the political level, the ambition has not been that great as we would have hoped for. So it's end up always become, I would say, sometimes some of the political ambitions have been washed out when it came to actually finalizing and actually going together and say we are doing this. Mm-hmm. But it's interesting because yes, of course, on a European level, if I talk about how strong a municipality is as a buying power, on a European level, if the states go in, the buying power of all the states together would be very strong in making the companies changing their production.
I would say that's a good answer, right, Raymond?
I hope so.
Yes.
I have no better answer. This is the problem. So maybe Rob, we are on the end of this session or of the day.
Yeah, I think
What
so.
What do you think?
I think that that you're all right, especially also looking at time and the time that we've asked the nice people that have attended this meeting. So of course you're going to end the session as the digital host, but I want to wrap up my part very quickly, just the ProMe part, where I think that it was really nice to have been working with all of the partners. Very fruitful, very good. So thank you for all of the partners who have been able to made it possible to come with these results and these interesting tools, and of course also the presenters of this afternoon. So there, I'd like to give the final word to you, Raymond.
Yes, the famous last words. Maybe first of all, I have to thank to all of the speakers, for all the people who participate here on the day, to the technical staff here, the Young Innovative Age Agency, and to Michael. And thank you very much for joining us. We will see us. Stay strong. It's crazy times, but we are also crazy. Yes, okay. Have a good time and we see us. Yes, bye-bye.
Hey guys.
Good.